Butts. Hello, welcome in Morning Ritual.
Morning
I
butts.
didn't know if you were counting down and just talking butts.
I did the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I saw it. Witness. Observed.
The butts goes before the 5, 4, 3, 2. I thought we were restarting because we were
No,
buttsing.
let's follow after.
No,
That's the whole thing.
we had to do the butts. This is how we're starting. We're starting with butts today. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. Welcome to another episode of Morning Ritual. We should probably know what episode number we're on, but that would require...
125.
God damn.
I actually had to go through our list. I chronicled all the episodes, who the guests were, and I organized it. We are on episode 125.
Well, for episode 125, we got one of my favorite guests and one of my favorite people coming back for two-time champion of Morning Ritual guest. We should make belts. Sam, say hi to the people.
Hello, I'm Sam DeLev. I would love a belt. Yes, absolutely. Variety streamer, role-playing performer, science communicator about the space. Normally, I would be procrastinating getting my own stream started by watching this stream, but for maximal efficiency, I have merged my 2 a.m. activities into one.
We have become one amorphous blob of stream, and I love it.
Borking ritual?
Borking ritual. Honkitude.
That sounds... Oh, we didn't introduce ourselves. I'm Noir. I'm one of the hosts. I got my Hime. And that's... Am I putting it the right way?
We've been at this for 125 episodes. If you don't know who I am, then... Fine.
You're just joining in for the first time.
It feels like you were gonna go hostile, but you didn't have the heart.
I didn't. I never do.
Do you count on me for the hostility? Is that what this is?
That's why I have you around. I got people for that.
125 episodes, you don't know who we are? Go fuck yourself. So anyway, we have had some major developments in our show since the last time that you were here. So that means that we've got some questions for you, Sam, that I can't wait to see what your answers are.
I should warn you, I have been media trained. I know not to confess to crimes on the internet. I've been informed of this. So if you're looking
that's
for...
it, wrap up this sting
yep.
operation. We're not going to catch him. Anita, since you've done the research, was Sam here when we were doing the Crunch Wars?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so we've got you on record for that one.
So the first episode in which we mentioned the Crunch Wars was with Brennan Lee Mulligan. That was episode 19. Yeah.
He's a bird facts enjoyer.
Bird facts.
Oh yeah, Brennan Lee Mulligan,
guy.
the bird guy.
The CEO of Tide.
I'm so used to looking for Sam in the chat.
Sam is in the walls.
I'm in the chat.
When you're so in the chat, you're
I am the chat. Exactly. Morning Ritual. What is Morning Ritual but chat persevering?
Hey,
Culture.
Who told you motherfuckers to start a hype chain? You knock that off right now. Being nice to us on a Saturday morning. Get out of here.
Sam is the chat.
So I'm gonna...
The chat? Same one? No, that's okay. Yes.
I'm gonna go ahead and start with some of the questions that I'm eager to get your answers on.
Oh, and wow, we're staying on task. This is weird and unfamiliar to me personally, Sam DeLev.
Well, it's funny because the last time you were here, and I always tell people this to comfort them, we talked about Professor X being just the worst for 2 hours. And it's to this day remains one of my favorite conversations, because you pointed out there are no ramps in the X Mansion. And I have sat reading my comics, trying to see if anybody at one time at all put any ramps in the expansion. And the answer is
1/3, 2/3. And I know that because at one point I started collecting exteriors panels of the X Mansion.
It's still very upsetting to think about. But
yes,
here's the question that and they're gonna be out of order because I do what I want.
And because I am out of order, just as a person.
You know what? Yeah, we're today is Gremlin energy themed.
We started with butts and we can only go up from here.
I mean, you could half of the is below. I mean, for I suppose on average, not quite half, but
well, I'm so sorry. I was just like, well, if you just go off from there, this could end up. Nope, I'm not doing it.
We started at the bottom, now we're here. Thank you, Caitlin.
My question to you is, what do you think your signature move is as a player? Like, what do you bring to the table that you're like, you're not gonna get this as good from anybody else?
All right. So there's this principle called the photoacoustic effect, whereby that, in short, when you throw a science nerd into a science fiction, you have now opened the door for said science nerd to bring science, which usually I do, and usually I do in that particular presentational style because I don't want to cheat the science fiction. Like, if I tried to bluff, hey, there's a scientific principle that works like this, and it's completely made up, that is, one, a betrayal of trust as a science communicator. I just would not be okay with that. Like, deliberately deceiving, I mean, you know, the GM one thing, but like, chat. As your avatar, y'all deserve better than that. But also because, like, I want to show how plausible it is to my GM. It's like, this is a real thing in the world anyway. That's not even the phi, that's just psi. So surely we could phi into doing this weird thing that I want and let me use voice powers to levitate things. That's where we're getting with this.
I'm laughing because as soon as I ask you that question, chat just went like they were like, and here it goes, threatening through the life of their GM.
That's not a signature across games. That is specific. That is targeted.
I do have to say, as somebody that has sat at so many tables with you, and hopefully many, many more, whenever you're like, well, actually, and I see the science gears going, in my head, I'm just like, here we fucking go.
Let's do it.
Like something awesome's about to happen, and I'm not gonna understand any.
I respectfully don't believe that. Only clever people ask questions like Noir, y'all.
True.
Ask some of the best questions around, and that is a sign of a very fun intellect to interface with, which doubles into hosting skills. See, that's the thing. You also put me on the camera with working audio, so I can just say things that are true.
And I don't have to mute anything.
They don't have to mute a goddamn thing.
You gotta sit here and listen to this.
That should be nice to me. I hate it.
This is entrapment.
No, I dumb my way to smart sometimes. But that kind of brings ooh. I don't think we asked you this one either. But so I'm gonna do it now. You get to sit at a table with any 5 people that are living right now. You get to choose who's the GM and what system you're playing, and you don't count towards the 5.
Ooh. Yeah, I'll allow a 5. Ooh. All right. right. Well, I think first I start from the system and then figure out cast. You can do it in either order, but it's mostly, it's one thing to be hungry. It's another thing to be hungry for, to have a particular craving. So it's like, what game am I craving right now? I love games where you get to say something, ideally something political, because I'm like that. And I've been lately grooving on Cyberpunk. Yes, the video game, because I just got Phantom Liberty, but also because I think it's really both frustrating and necessary to explore cyberpunk dystopia, because, you best start believing in ghost stories. You're in one.
You're in one. God, that's so sad.
In the same spirit, we are in the most boring but most comfortable apocalypse. The cyberpunk apocalypses, I think, overall, more comfortable than getting hit by a meteor. Definitely less adrenaline-inducing than the zombie apoc. Effectively, I think that in playing Cyberpunk, we rehearse our existence, and we can have an entire feeling about that. But, like, it allows a game to say something, like, and as you see cyberpunk genre games becoming slowly more self-aware, going from, hey, cyberpunk is full of neon and pretty and cool, but it's like dystopian and edgy, to like, yo, capitalism sucks so hard. Y'all, it sucks so hard.
We're all so tired.
Right, so exactly. And that really informs how to approach cyberpunk as a genre. And I think, like, you even look, I've been talking to folks about it, Shadowrun, which deep down thinks cyberpunk is kind of cool, to Cyberpunk the property, which is wildly aware that it's not even cool, though, or if it's cool, it's not even worth it. It's not worth the capitalism.
I did a lot of research on Shadowrun. I had the chance to play with the creators for a while there.
Ooh, cool.
And I think the aspect of Shadowrun that's just like, that thinks that Shadowrun is, that thinks that the cyberpunkiness is cool, it's a weird conjunction. It's a weird mixing of like fantasy and essentially cyberpunk. And I don't love this, just gonna put that out there, but there are some fantasy races that take to the extreme capitalism better than others, and that's the part that I think there's just like, isn't it cool? And please don't use the term street samurai. That's all. Eric goes, I want to play Morkborg with David Attenborough.
I haven't played, like, classic Morkborg, only last year's Hanukkah special, but that was my favorite thing of all time. That was one of my most metal experiences, and I loved it. So anyway, that was the system answer to your question.
Yes.
So then it's just like, with whom, like, who do I know who might also enjoy exploring this idea? And that's why I go systems first, because then you figure out, like, who wants to do stuff with this concept, because if everyone has buy-in on we want to explore an idea, then it actually happens at the table. Sometimes you have, like, you'll have an experience where, like, this is the thing I really want to, like, say about Star Trek or, like, do in Star Wars. But if you are alone and or you haven't gotten GM buy-in in particular, then you're going to be disappointed because the thing you wanted, but also maybe you didn't use your little puppy words to make sure everyone was like there with you and wanted to do that thing when we got started. And I like that stuff, especially when you use TTRPG as an opportunity to explore high concept stuff. And like, frankly, we're one of the performative art forms that doesn't have to pitch to a producer in the same way. And so we thereby get to tell stories that don't happen as often in the studio system. We talked about on my previous appearance, but here, like, this stuff, we get to do this stuff unapproved. No one can stop us. Do you want to? Do you want to tear up some capitalismo?
I feel like the answer to that will be a much more resounding yes than it would have been 10 years ago. I think things have gotten so bad now that a lot of folks that tend to ignore, like, I stay out of politics and all this kind of stuff. It's like it's in your face now.
I've said this before and I'll say it again. This future we're living in is too cyber and not punk enough.
Ooh, really well put. I like that a lot. I mean, as someone who named their company Streampunks in part as a reminder to oneself to always remain punk and true to the values of punk.
There's not nearly enough neon on my clothing these days.
That's a skill issue.
Listen, that can be easily remedied with like a couple dollars on Amazon. I know you're giving Bezos money, but again, we're dealing into the too cyber, not punk.
All these billionaires, not one Batman. So do you have any names in mind?
Yeah, I'm working it up. I mean, look, I'll go to my quick poll because everyone on this show knows that if you want to elevate a show, simply add Gina DeBevo. Also, like, in conclusion, Gina DeBevo.
Yeah, this is Gina
hi,
DeBevo
I'm Sam
Appreciation
Delev.
Day. This is every day.
I wake up every morning. I mean,
Eric is absolutely unhinged in this chat right now. I'm so sorry. To say it's an Avernus without Sharpton.
Battletech with Alanis Morissette.
Yo!
Was earlier on. Though Hack also said Monster Care Squad with Steve Irwin, and if our question was not limited only to living entities, then yes, that is the absolute correct answer. Though Robert Irwin, Monster Care Squad.
I
look just like his daddy.
What if I put ChatGPT at the table just to make it incredibly cyberpunk and bleak and horrible?
Oh, God.
Yes!
Yeah. That feels like the ontologically correct answer.
I want to try that now. I want to try having ChatGPT as a player at the table.
I mean, you have to figure out how to work around the fact that it would be the worst player.
You know, I've played with some... I played with some people that inspired me to do a That Guy section of the talk show that I have. So.
One, remember, it's a large language model that is pulled from across the internet. Therefore, there are contained within infinite That's Guy. Leaving aside that the very thing that is lost in generative AI is artistic intentionality, which is critical to the entire project I'm describing, but also just the fundamental flaw with this and why so many artists are not old man yells at cloud about generative AI, but there is something genuinely critical to success in art as such that is lost therein. But I think that's what makes it perfect. I think it is we've now started to develop a very meta concept, but you have to just know that you have a bad player at the table. Their name is ChatGPT. They do not have like ideas and plans and schemes. They do not have any sense of character trajectory or arc. You want in the moment. This is an improvisational art medium. ChatGPT does give you in the moment.
I really would. I really
This is
want
horrible.
to try
This would go so horrible. Like, it would be incredibly high skill expression to play around such that you'd be able to draw from it the underlying artistic point of it all.
Oh my
Like,
God.
the human players who play around it have to be really good, like, so much better than the humans who play around Muppets. Because that just comes naturally. This is ChatGPT, but I think you have to explore whether or not you can do this.
I need someone to play a 2-player RPG with me. Somebody play Starcross with ChatGPT.
Oh, God.
That GPT, that guy playing
Can you
tabletop.
teach a robot to
Hold on.
love?
Hey, it's probably okay. Thank you so much for those gifted subs. That's real nice.
Gosh, all my beloveds are in here. This is fantastic.
This is amazing. Thank you all. But oh my God, I really want to see this stuff. That might be the best answer that we've gotten to this question so far.
Cyberpunk with Gina DeVivo, ChatGPT.
Oh yeah, trying to get me back on for the rest of the I mean, like,
I'm working on it.
Yeah. Everyone I know has something to say about hyper-capitalist existence. Like, I think actually you rotate out all human players. This is an anthology show.
So
Because
wait.
everybody has something to say about this existence. So I think, and the lovely thing about Cyberpunk, and we do have 16-bit heresy. He's already suffered my opinions, and she'll suffer them again. But because so often as player characters in Cyberpunk, the unit is one gig, job, heist, crime. You can do an anthology show where each one is a sensibly sized unit, and thereby show many different patches of existence. You can also do it as very large ensemble, but that is the way, because cyberpunk hypercapitalism is far-reaching, and so you want to show as many aspects as possible, because that's part of the point of being cyberpunk, to me. Oh, and ChatGPT.
Hold on, I'm doing something stupid real quick.
I endorse you in the strongest possible.
Ask ChatGPT to make a character for itself. Evocation wizard with the spells Fireball, Lightning Bolt, Scorching Ray, Melf's Minute Meteors, with the Warcaster feat and Staff of Power and the Robe of the Archmagi.
Good build.
Okay, so we had the same thought. I asked it to come up with a job that cyberpunk mercs would have to accomplish. The job. A mysterious contact named codenamed Shellfish reaches out with a data chip promising untold riches. It contains blueprints for a revolutionary AI chip codenamed Ghost, capable of independent thought and potentially hacking any system.
Self-insert.
This is a game changer, coveted by both corporations and rebel groups for its vast potential for control and liberation. The twist: Shellfish is a ghost herself, an AI trapped within the data chip, her creator assassinated by corporate goons. She begs you to deliver the chip to the Ghost Liberation Front, a notorious hacker collective, before it falls into the wrong hands. But the corporations are already onto you. Their elite cyborg strike teams and omnipresent drones hot on your tail.
Okay.
It's just the plot to The Pacifier.
Oh, wait. Generative AI is made up of human created things? This is just the plot too. That's how.
Wait, isn't The Pacifier like the movie where Vin Diesel is like a CIA agent, also babysitter?
I mean, that's a whole genre. Like every 10 years or so, you make a movie of very tough masculine man be babysitter. I think The Rock has done one. Arnold Schwarzenegger has done like at least 2 or 3.
Kindergarten Cop.
Yep. Yeah, it's a very tiny subgenre, which
Who
also
is your daddy and what does he do?
Dave Bautista did one too.
Right. It's a thing every 5 to 10 years, which the tough guy du jour also would be great in a cyberpunk setting.
Isn't it weird strong guys can take care of children? I love our society.
Yeah, the whole thing underlaying it is low gender expectations.
The Rock's in a tutu. Whoa!
How quirky. Oh, I've played with Abria, but she's never GM'd me, and I keep harassing her about it. I bet she has capitalism stuff to say. See, I'm trying to help Anita. I'm slowly building up cast, but I'm doing 2 concepts per cast.
I love it. I like the idea of an anthology, of a cyberpunk anthology show where like each season is a different heist.
Like maybe 6 episodes per. I think you rotate around them a little bit. You probably because again, I think Cyberpunk wants trajectory and continuity. It gives you the opportunity to show downfalls and stuff, and you need more than 6 episodes to do a good downfall. But yeah, you rotate around.
Yeah, and I mean, you could still have like key people that were in previous jobs show up to new jobs, etc.
Cinematic universe. You know, honestly, heck it, rotate the GMs too.
Hell yeah.
The GMs rotate with the rest of the cast of that particular cast. So you did a heist with this crew. You are the GM for this crew. Other crew,
you're the fixer.
Other story, other GM. Yeah, and that's the position I would take because I will not GM, but I will be the fixer of this production. Starring ChatGPT.
Starring ChatGPT.
GMs are basically Night City. Just everything. I'm just gonna point out. I blame Eric for my addiction to cyberpunk now.
We're bad enablers, but also you knew that because you knew Callisto 6 literally exists, and that when you joined up on Streampunks, that we're into that shit.
Superpunks.
Sup?
I love when we announced Legacy of Silver Creek, a bunch of people asked me like, "Did you watch the original one?" I was like, "No, should I? Is there something that I should know?" They're like, "No, there's nothing you need to know." They're just being real shifty about it. I'm like, guys.
Okay, let me pull a question on you. How do you feel about such metagaming? Because on the one hand, if you never learn that stuff, then you can play to your character's knowledge. You don't have to compartmentalize and segment and remember what is forbidden and what's permitted knowledge. On the other hand, you can sometimes play in deeper. You can play into dramatic ironies. There are like some advantages to storytelling if you do meta. So how do you feel on these matters, Anita? Noir.
I think it depends on the project. With Silver Creek in particular, because the audience was because like the Discord was having fun with the fact that there was something that was major that I didn't know, which I ended up finding out what it was they were talking about. I think it was more fun to not know, because if I did something that played into like that, you know, there's the whole, he doesn't even know what he's like. He's about to.
He doesn't know.
It's that tension of like, you know where the landmine is, but the character doesn't. Mm-hmm. So it's just like,
So rather than you playing the dramatic tension, irony, the audience is playing the dramatic irony. I do like that. That is good.
I like when the viewers have an advantage on the players, because I feel like when you get the benefit of the story until you get that little bit of like, I am of the world and this is just someone that's only seen a small part of it. Like, so I think that.
That fits you as just a very generous approacher to TTRPGs. You're giving the audience a gift there, analogous to how you, as a GM, would give players gifts, or you, as a player, would give fellow players gifts. Like, it's to me, your defining trait in TTRPGs. Anita, meta, yes or no?
I actually like having that little bit of meta knowledge, because knowing where the landmine is means that I know where to step.
Yup, just maximize the tension.
Yes.
Of, oh, my character doesn't know, and I'm just, oh, wow, I'm sure stepping on this lovely, perfectly normal terrain. Nothing bad will happen.
Or like,
oh no, everything's gone wrong.
And I think it's a good way to inform character choices. And I kind of did this on because we did the Streampunks coffee game back in December when we did our Noir Wars.
Noir Wars, yep.
Our Noir Wars one shot. Knowing what I knew about the characters that showed up informed the insights that my characters had into their character. Not necessarily from a meta standpoint, but from a, you seem like this. Like, I had that little bit of meta knowledge that informed the way that my character interacted with them, but not so much in a way that it was spoilery. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, because I feel like meta gets a lot of shit.
It does.
In general. And sometimes I find meta really inconvenient. Like 6 episodes from now, if a revelation happened in a scene I wasn't in, and I'm not sure if I was exposited to, I will forget whether or not that was in the meta information drawer or the public information drawer. I do tend to have to I've learned to have to mark that in my notes.
Yeah.
Just as whether or not I'm allowed to know this. So, like, it's inconvenient sometimes, and people play it to advantage, but I think it underestimates how much it can play the story.
I think that's why meta gets a bad rap, because it's like meta only really gets called out when it is being abused. Like, meta, it isn't inherently a bad thing, but it can be used to do very bad things.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, I think we've all seen shows where it's just like, there's no way your character could have known that. You're just trying to get, you know, extra cookies with knowledge your character could not possibly have had.
Yeah.
I'm sure we've all had players, or we've all been at tables where players have weaponized meta against, you know, something that you were trying to do. Kind of harkening back to your point of, like, the best tables are tables where we all understand the theme and the point of the game.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, nice,
you know, and you know, to push that theme, it usually requires a team effort. I've been at tables where it's just like all 4 of us are on the same page of pushing that theme. One person wields meta to just completely halt the progress because they feel that they have something that's more interesting and they want the spotlight on that thing at the detriment of everybody else at the table and everybody watching. And it's just like, come on, man.
I feel like meta is a problem in any situation where the player in question would have found a way to cause problems. I don't think taking away meta as a dramatic or game tool meaningfully reduces problem or toxicity at the table. It's hating on the symptom. And underestimating its potential for, like, cool story stuff. Like, in other story formats, we very readily take advantage of assumed knowledge for all kinds of neat tricks. And, you know, the GM very clearly takes advantage of it because they know what is coming. They have an authorial position, but I think players can do it equally in, like, interesting ways. But, you know, bad faith player gives thing bad rap doesn't, to me, implicate thing. It implicate player.
I mean, you're talking about like cool ways to kind of integrate meta into the game. Like one of my favorites. Eric's done this a few times. All of my favorite GMs have like utilized the flashback. Like if there was a time where, like, oh, my character is speaking on something that they should know. Well, let's go back to where they figured it out, and that can add a whole other level of spice. It's just like there are ways where meta can be a seasoning. Like you know what, that's exactly what it is. Meta is blowfish. Like if you cut it wrong, it's poison, but if you cut it right, it can be delicious, or at least that's what they say. I don't eat fish.
Tasty fish, poison fish.
Roll the dice and find out, I suppose. It can also be a really useful accelerant sometimes, where the dramatic questions of a scene have already been resolved, and you just scoot your character to knowing the thing so that they don't waste time with, like, bookkeeping knowledge. You let them get the idea kind of quickly.
Yeah.
Because that's what the story needs. In terms of, like, meta being a tool, pacing is also a big one I would highlight. Like, there's no point to drawing out the acquisition of a particular piece of knowledge because we, the audience, the text, are already aware of the knowledge, and burning a lot of time, burning it into my character's brain is dramatically redundant. Yeah. Narratively redundant. So that's another way that it can be used subtly as a mechanical storytelling tool, structural storytelling tool, like those kind of ways as well.
Look at that! We just went on a fun little tangent about meta, and I enjoyed it so much.
Yeah, we getting high concept today.
Still got 3 other people. With that.
No, I have 2. Well,
Chat.
or we insult ChatGPT.
Mm-hmm.
ChatGPT, Gina DeVivo, you need 3 more.
No,
I suggested Abria.
Okay.
Oh,
yes,
2 more.
But although I do still want to rotate, and yes, this is entirely transparently because I want all the GMs. Like, I would be an effing fool. Like Return of Thanos, motherfucker.
They're back! And they're about to turn the rest of the galaxy gay.
One snap does half, and I have 2 hands.
I had a question and finally just completely slipped. No, I'll get on the ball. 1 second. You know what? Here's the question that I had. Since we have talked last, the actual play space has changed. Like there's a lot going on. I mean, when we last talked, G4 had just started, and now it's no longer. And now there's another channel, the Dungeons and Dragons channel, the OGL nonsense all happened, and it's been a clusterfuck, and it's also been kind of beautiful with, a lot of new emerging faces and the like. And I just want to know, what's your thoughts on the space in total? I mean, just kind of, I feel like you have a storied history in actual plays from your time at Geek and Sanctuary all the way up to Streampunks. Just I'm curious to know if you have any thoughts about what you're seeing happening in this hobby.
Oh, the thing is, not all grifts are deliberate. I think sometimes they're very well-meaning, sincere, earnest, that just have outcomes that look strangely similar to grift. And I feel like, as actual players, we are those earnest people. There's a market here, we said. There's an audience and viewership, we said. And so, for a while, larger corporations believed us. They got wise.
Whoops.
we didn't mean to trick them, but they figure it out. And I think one of the things I do note is the contraction of the space economically.
Yeah.
That and how that has repercussions for the space as a whole, because passing the dirty $20 bill around is largely the mode of actual play right now for most people who participate professionally in it. And or that is the lion's share of income, that sponsorships are few and far between that could support a production, even as production costs have come down precipitously for most groups, for many groups. Yay, remote, obviously. But I was remote last time, so that's all already admitted into evidence, Your Honor. That I think spaces do better and are healthier, are socially healthier when she's flowing. Yeah. Because people become more competitive over the three resource, or feel they need to be. The space becomes more socially zero sum. And when you hear a lot of people talk about the TTRPG space, it is, you'll hear cattiness, passive aggressiveness, things like that. And I attribute that to an increasingly professionalized space that doesn't have the economic space to support that. I mean, in the same way that you see tenure track academics claws out.
Yeah.
You're competing for a tenure track position and a half among everyone who graduated a PhD program that year, realistically. And it gets pretty, and it's sad because I love so many people here. I actually love this space. I think it's lovely. I think the people here are really wonderful, united by a fundamentally collaborative endeavor that can do really cool, creative stuff, and select strongly for people who are attuned to one another. And those who most succeed are those who are most generous, are most cooperative, are most collaborative, and are most creative. This is a space wherein the structure does not reward the asshole auteur archetype. You can't do that. You can't say, oh, well, but they're brilliant, because someone who is an asshole isn't succeeding in the fundamental high skill expression version of this medium, which is intensely collaborative and intensely always listening to everything everyone's doing. And assholes don't listen. That's kind of one of their defining traits. Yeah. So we don't that guy succeeding in that way doesn't happen that much. There's so much that's really lovely about the space, and yet people seem real down. And so I can only attribute that to the underlying, it's rough out there and people are feeling it.
Yeah.
And so that's maybe what I've seen as changes in the space. The people, the institutions that invested most have largely withdrawn. D&D Beyond used to cut checks, for instance. D&D has effectively left the paid space for by so much. The productions they're supporting are just not, and that alone has huge repercussions down the line.
I was gonna say, one of the things I think ingenuity is often spurned by need, and one of the things that's happened, you mentioned a lot of big funders backing out, as we're seeing more and more actual plays being funded by crowdfunding, and not just your usual coffees or your Patreons, but they're putting them on crowdfunding sites. They're putting them on Kickstarters, BackerKit, and all that kind of thing. And some of them are actually successful. Do you have any thoughts on that model, or is that something that you think, like, again, I one of the things that I respect about you a lot is your business acumen as one of the people that one of the main agents behind Streampunks. Is that something that you've ever considered? Is that something that you see the pros and cons of it, and where does it measure in your head?
I will uncritically accept a compliment about my business acumen. I cannot accept any allegations of
I'll tell you wisdom, this much,
but trying to do right by people.
Me and Anita are still trying to figure it out with critical business. It's hard. So
don't look up to me. I'm downward almost always. We've discussed this. My delightful tall king again. But to actually your answer. Yeah, more than a foot on me. Like a foot and a half, as I recall. 1.5 was it? Yeah. So it is not just metaphorically that I look up to you.
Sign up for this.
Do it. Come here. Fight me. Please. To answer the question, though, and not to procrastinate further, I think that that's a necessary response for individuals and indies, for most people. If I look at a production company like Dropout, from their own telling of their origins, they, as a company at least, assumed a lot of debt off of the top, and were able to take those financial risks, which as small individuals, and particularly those who don't have boatloads of financial privilege on an individual level, you simply can't absorb that kind of risk.
Yeah.
No.
Like you and I can't go and take out a loan on a production. That is an unacceptable level of risk. It's even an unacceptable level of risk for an indie production company business where, if debt exploded, don't personally wipe out your life. It just wipe out the little corp person.
Yeah.
Anyway.
No financial institution would ever.
Corporations are people, my friend. I'm sorry. I feel gross.
People get the death penalty. But that rather than take out loans and assume the risk and then hope it pays out down the line, a thing that a larger company or a person with greater tolerance for risk because it wouldn't wipe out their whole existence, all of those things, then you can make a production on spec.
Mm-hmm.
If you not that, you can't do it. And so that's what Patreon crowdfunding style accomplishes. It reduces the financial risk that a production company takes on because you're prepaying. The risk is absorbed. You don't have to worry, will I make this up later? Already paid for. So it makes sense to see crowdfunding from the people we see it from and not from the people we don't see it from. Dropout ain't crowdfunding shit because they don't need to. They have a completely different financial model wherein they leveraged themselves off the top. Ultimately, success is strongly correlated to financial investment, both because it does things for production quality, but also because it serves as a signaling device to the audience. This production is worth it. People have put money into it. People have taken on some sort of risk. Even in crowdfunding, the audience has taken on a risk. And so you signal, oh, this was worth it to people to put money into. I might not know about it, but if it was worth it to them, versus something where you have no information. maybe you don't take a chance, because these are like an uncut to Terpagas, like 3 hours per episode. The time investment is wild. So you're looking for the signaling of what makes this one worth it. And so money doesn't just buy you production quality, it buys you that signaling.
Yeah. Do you feel that
whether crowdfunding or dropout.
Do you feel that's a bit of a vicious cycle? In that, well, it doesn't look like they spent any money on this, so I won't help contribute to this.
It's what makes it hard to initiate a positive feedback loop, I think. Because downward spiral, a little rarer, that requires disinvestment effectively. As long as the money train keep running, you haven't yet entered a vicious death spiral sort of thing. But initiating the positive feedback loop, yes, exactly. This is exactly what makes it difficult for new creators, for new production companies to get off of the ground, because as individuals, we can't absorb a lot of personal risk. If small individual incorporate to try to not take personal risk, bank no lend, and you don't have the money kicking around already. So yeah, and you don't have a reason for audiences to invest in you on spec. The thing that makes it difficult to initiate a feedback loop is the barrier to entry for an audience member is very high. And it's very hard for a new person in this space to establish themselves as worth your 3 hours per episode. That's a really hard proposition to convince people of versus like, try this 20-minute episode of a TV show. If you like it, you will decide that, I can watch one more until it's 2 a.m. Theoretically.
So my next question is a little bit more fun.
Yeah, sorry, I did a business on you.
No, that's all good.
No. I would say I knew that particular topic was going to have a little bit of a lower steam because it's all capitalism, honestly.
How do you survive doing art in capitalism? The question.
Yeah, it's
oh my God, we have a theme. God dang.
Listen, I did stand-up music and now I'm doing this. I don't make good decisions. But my next question is this. You have an angel investor that's Robinhood. You know for a fact that this money is coming from a cautionable place where every dollar you spend hurts a billionaire. So
you're describing guilt-free, fat-free money.
Yes. Essentially. What kind of things would you want in a production in those circumstances?
Particularly because if part of the point of money is just to be money and not even about the production quality, okay, but what do you do with the money though? Because you do still have it and you can still kick up the production quality. Look, personally, I'm going to put a lot of it into health and safety.
You and Eric are synced. As soon as the question left my lips, healthcare was already in chat.
I have been able to do very limited in studio shooting. As you alluded to with my background in Geek and Sundry, I come from studio. I was in 3 different studios a week, and that was sort of my norm for a very long time. And infection strategies in a lot of places preclude that. But when they don't, when those are all in place, I can participate. And that's a really critical part of inclusiveness, because if you make it so that a disabled person can't be on your set, then you won't have disabled perspectives in your storytelling, and likewise in all sorts of different dimensions. But that's the one that health and safety in particular touches on. PCR testing's expensive, but a necessary prerequisite to on-camera safety, all that stuff. So like, what do I put money toward? That feels like a very big notable one. I love paying an editor because
oh God, yes.
editors do the porg's work. Because I was talking about this with my buddy Jackson, who should also be part of the rotating cast, by the way.
That's
and, See, I'm just working them up. I'm working them up.
I know how this is going. We ask the question and then we keep moving. The answers will come.
Oh goodness gracious. What were we? Oh damn! I dropped it. Jackson distracted me. He does
you're talking about editors. Jackson being one of them.
Oh, that. Oh yes. I was talking about this with Jackson, who's a screenwriter by trade. What Terpagers are attempting to do is simulate a scripted production, but in real time. It's what makes it such a high skill expression endeavor, because screenwriters take multiple drafts to write a good scene. Screenwriters really take a lot of time to like figure out, okay, what's the point of this scene? How can I get there elegantly, efficiently in the scene with this dialogue? And Terpagers are out here trying to do the same thing, but one take in real time. One draft, no edits is an unrealistic expectation of a screenwriter, and editing is how a Terpager compensates for having to do it one take live.
It's really interesting when you mention that, because I think it's the collaborative story portion of it that makes it possible, because as a screenwriter you're having to think through the voices and through the thought process of each character. In TTRPG, you've got one person who is representing this character. They are devoted to bringing that character's thoughts, wants, needs, fears, all of it to fruition. That's all they're focusing on. So
yeah, Writer's Room doesn't have nearly the like singular allegiance to like Jon Snow is mine and I will only advocate for good things in the room.
But you know what the thing is, I feel like even if they did in the writer's room, it would clash, because you got your Jon Snow. It would be the problems that we have to quickly mull over at the table. In a writer's room, I think that the Jon Snow writer wants to do this thing and the Arya Stark person wants to do this thing. I think that becomes a 30-minute long conversation, not between the characters but between the writers. Exactly. The magic of TTRPG is we've got to hash this out as the characters. There is no of course, this going above table and being like, "Hey, you're being a dickhead," but we're all live. The camera's on. The audience is watching. We don't have the latitude to right.
It tests our textual interpretive abilities, because we're trying to interpret solely from the text you're giving me what you're trying to do, where you're trying to lead this scene. And I need to also figure out in real time how to respond to it to signal back to you. Yeah, I think I see where you're going with this. And to make an offer of, and here's how I think we should bend it. That 30-minute argument in the writer's room turns into like a 2-minute scene on the script. But into Terpager, you ever feel that scene that just went on a little too long because either we're trying to find the point together,
yes,
in real time, or we found the point 2 minutes ago,
and we're just arguing around it now at this juncture.
But I think that's the skill, what you just mentioned, which is we all feel that this went on too long.
Yeah, we can all, and that's why I love TTRPG as a performance medium, because it's impossibly hard. I would never have that expectation of one take live in real time of a screenwriter, but that's like the asymptote I try to approximate and never quite reach. But like, we're never gonna, like, we're never going to perfectly achieve that. And editing can be a stopgap there, right? Or you're just working around different conventions of the medium. Like, how long does an action scene take TV film? How long does a D&D combat take?
Too goddamn.
There you go. And skill expression can only do so much for that for a performer. Even if you know exactly what you want to do, you're incredibly efficient with your dice rolls. You deliver everything narratively, quickly, cleanly, get out of there. That's the end of my turn. It still take 100 years.
Yeah.
Even in a fast system, it still take 100 years compared to its equivalent in TV film. And this whole hour and a half, you're just asking the same dramatic question the whole time. Will they overcome the obstacle of this combat? That's one question. That's very slow storytelling. Again, editing. I love an editor. I love editors so much. I have not really been edited, but like they do beautiful work.
Oh, and it's such tedious work too. So nothing but respect to the editors out there.
They're brilliant. They add so much textual depth. Like there's so much there. The GM does a lot of editing in real time. Like you decide when the scene starts and ends. You decide the structural editing of the scene we're going to next. I'm a big fan of the GM as editor, in addition to their role as director and one of the screenwriters. I've
taken to comparing GMs to composers. I've been learning a little bit more about composers, and that, like, yes, there's the director, but with the director, there's the script, there's everybody knowing what's going to happen. And yes, with composition and orchestration, they know what notes they're going to play, but just bringing the emotion of it in the moment. I feel like most of the best GMs that I know guide the emotion more than the story, if that makes sense. Like they can feel like when there's something that's bigger than their story, and they aim the party in that direction. And I love moments like that. So
I love GMs who can steer from behind. And when we talk about the GM as a player, I think that's a really excellent example, because if what the player is doing, what we were just talking about is like, I'm trying to pick up on what you were laying down and then enhance it. If the GM is sort of like guiding the energy around what they're getting from the players, they're actually doing the same thing.
Yeah.
They're listening to the player, trying to pick up what they're putting out and then enhancing it using their toolbox. And they're just working with a different toolbox. Yeah, but the interpret and enhance is the same.
They're quieting the noise around that moment, so that moment sticks out. So it's easier for everybody at the table to go, oh, this is the thing. And then, because to me, I feel like one of the most important aspects of actual plays, and I'm saying actual plays is specific, but it might hold true for your private tables, is rhythm. Like, there's a few ways you can fuck up a game by not catching the rhythm. Like having one person be the spotlight for like an entire game, and then the game's over. It's just like, oh, though you fucked up the rhythm. There's too much goddamn trumpet.
You're supposed to spotlight to make it feel proportional.
Right. Yep. And also like lingering on a scene too long. Players can do that. GMs can do that. And
sometimes you have to figure out, like, the hardest thing sometimes is to signal as a player, this is where we cut.
Yeah. And I walk away.
It is the most explicit version. Because, like, I don't know, I feel like the strongest TTRPG stories are the ones where the players are doing a lot because then those characters have the most agency.
Yeah.
And then that's aesthetically elegant. I didn't need to be spoon-fed by my GM. I managed to figure out how to get there, which is also me listening to the GM, interpreting what I think they're laying down, and figuring out how I can enhance it. That's a motif for ya. Since we're into composers, I'd give it to conductors, honestly. I would say GMs are more like conductors than composers.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Also because composers are the most auteur archetype of classical music, broadly speaking, in my experience.
One time I completely meant conductor and I said composer. But you're absolutely right.
But yes, I do agree with that very much.
I mean, one of the things that I this is a lesson that I learned directly from Eric is also knowing your players, knowing their habits, and especially you. I'm not gonna lie. But like there was a point in I think it was Beacon where Eric like pulled us all aside. It was just like, listen, I know you guys like to try and redeem.
I want to save them. You can't.
You can't. Like you can't.
Because I know what you are.
You guys want to bring hope to everything, and that's awesome. Not this time.
Not this one. No.
And it was such a small thing, but I was just like, he's right.
He did that in
Ember Squad too. Yeah, like
Ember Squad too.
Like, yeah, the Empire. Fucking Nazis.
Like, I know that it was a backup on a scene where we had found like a data chip where this guy is saying goodbye to his daughter or something like that. He's like, I know that I had this scene, but at the same time, this is a space Nazi and fuck him. We aren't redeeming space Nazis here.
We aren't redeeming space Nazis in this establishment, in this domicile. God, I love like domicile really did work during Silver Creek, and I love that word so just rare word brought out and used more. I love it. You know the trick for this is an Eric character you can't negotiate with. Zealot. You ever hear something about zealotry? You know that is Eric's signal. You're not going to change their mind. Don't bother the persuasion checks because I can read right back. I got him. Because like you're talking about GM rating and I cackle, it's because I can move an effing eyebrow. And it apparently does a sentence of where, and this is on like players and GMs who work together at a professional level for years. You have to be so tuned for all the reasons we've been talking about and like what it means to have high skill expression. This is the consequence. This is what happens when you do that. Let us be a warning to you all. You could be this. You could be, I'm trying to keep my face quiet because if I have even the slightest bit of face, then it'll distract area. No, my mouth quirked.
Listen, y'all are getting the full Stream Punks experience right now because I swear to God, Sam and Eric will like just look at each other and then start midway in an argument. And I'm like, how did y'all end up this far in the argument?
We made eye contact over Zoom. Kevin and I are consistently guilty of this as well. Eye contact is possible in these things, and you use it to make each other crack. I can't explain this. This is by pure instinct, but I'm reporting on facts.
I just remember, like we were on break. It was quiet, and there goes Sam. I didn't say anything. And they just go back and forth. I was like, what the fuck?
I don't know the specific story, but I do believe that's true. Truly, the consequences of being highly tuned, having to do, which is, it's great for pacing. It's great for, if I get that zealot signal, I am not going to burn 20 minutes on a persuasion check that's not going to go anywhere. I've saved time. I've done that meta pacing thing. See, there's my wraparound. I can do it too.
Awesome.
That's the thing that you get from being attuned to one another beyond just also like Safety, tuning gets you safety. Familiarity gets you safety of like, I know that, oh, if I were playing a chair user and someone like an NPC grabbed my chair. Right. Yeah. Kill Bill sirens in everyone's head because y'all know. You know. And I remember, I think I've talked about it a zillion times, but like, that's why I get this perverse joy from when Eric dropped my Star Trek character on a sandy planet and made eye contact with me like, I know this bothers you.
I just imagine a whispered fuck you in the wind. Just, fuck you.
And I love it because it's a sign of tunedness. I know this is gonna bother. And he was correct. He was completely correct and completely good. And I love that. I genuinely love that. And tuning also gives you the opportunity for gifts. Yes, I'm not going to try to make a persuasion check on someone coded as a zealot in an Eric game, but he will give me Pokemon to catch.
Yeah.
Because he knows what I am, and he knows what I enjoy doing. These are the benefits of tuning and the ways that GMs can be nice. See, I love this space. It's so full, like, it's full of people who give you gifts. That's so cool.
That's one of the things I like about being a GM. Like, as a joke, I started writing a bunch of GM love songs because there really are a 1,000 ways that a GM can just say, I see you and I appreciate you in ways that don't make sense to ordinary people.
Sand
outside.
planet, yeah.
Like,
I love you, I see you. Have some sand.
Sam equals Anakin Skywalker.
I have gotten this for years. It is everyone's first approximation. Yes, it sucks. You know what? At that point, didn't Anakin already have a prosthesis by that point?
Yeah.
So, like, obviously, the overt text of the scene is that he's from a sand planet, and that represents his old life that didn't have Padme and all that good stuff.
Wait,
but also, Sam is getting in that prosthesis.
Yeah.
It's getting in the prosthesis, and he feels the same way about it I do. Just saying.
I don't believe he has the prosthesis at that point.
Okay. I wasn't sure whether he second movie or third movie.
I think it's
He
it
loses
is
his
second
arm.
It should be at the second movie. Yeah,
but it's
you're
during
right.
the Battle of Geonosis that he loses his hand, isn't it? Which happens
No,
later
he
on.
loses it to Dooku.
At the end of the second movie.
Well, he would have to fight Dooku in the third, so it has to be the second. Because, like,
It is in the second movie, but it's near the end of the second movie because George Lucas is nothing if not all about pacing. Because Luke loses his hand in the second movie, you need the symmetry, and it happens near the end. But he still had his hand when he creeps on Padme, because that happens on Naboo.
Yes,
No,
that I
Later
just
on in the movie. Because
Can we talk about this for a second? The age difference between Anakin and Padme has always weirded me out.
Yeah,
she's got to be at least like
it's 5 years difference.
Just really?
Yes,
because of Child Queen.
She was 14 during the Phantom Menace. Anakin was 9. And I only know that
she's
because
too
of
young
Anakin
too.
Guy, the Weird Al song. It's actually canon.
Yep.
He's just 9 and she's 14. Yeah, he's probably gonna marry her someday.
Yep.
I'm learning a lot about people that I care about today. The age difference between Wanda and Vision.
That
Vision's like 2.
True.
No.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah.
I hate to see
this is Neelix and Cass all over.
I hate to see a black man used like that. That's right. That vibranium that Fish is made out of came from Wakanda. Vision is black.
What was the meme? Vishon?
The Shaw.
That's beautiful. Art.
All right. I know I've asked you before, but we're gonna ask it again just in case there have been any changes. Don't break my heart, Sam. In the TTRPG community, there is a war between people who see these dice as storytelling devices to be used to further a story, and then there are those that see them as the forbidden candy to be crotched on. Now there's a side of this war that believes that putting dice in your mouth is a choking hazard. It's bad for your teeth. And you should do it. And then there are those that are like, if not for crotch, then why snack like? And then of course there are the cowards that refuse to choose a side. Sam, I need to know, what side of this battle are you on? No.
You realize I have what I think it was licked a Pop-Tart on screen, and there's a gif of it. Don't you put it in your mouth has no power over me. Okay. So
I don't even know what to begin to put into Giphy to look for them. I'm like,
oh god, look. Have you seen it was a wild time, all right? And I like to highlight my most embarrassing gif. Like, at the time, I was like, this will be on the internet forever. Obviously, the difference being one is intended to be food, and you put it in your mouth, and the other's a Pop-Tart. No, I mean, in truth, you have set me into a difficult comedic position. How do you intensify the funny when you had the answer the first time around, and you're the funny one, and I'm me? Like, I don't do stand up, you know that.
I never said I did stand up well. That's why I know.
I think we can all agree I don't stand up well. He walked into that chat. You all saw it.
I did. You sit down faster than anybody I've ever met.
Yes, this is correct. This is correct. We should talk about Zoom Joy at some point tonight. This morning. There we are. Time. A flat circle. So let's see. What is the funny answer here? Because I keep going to I want to interrogate this right back. Do you have an issue with tongue piercings? Because those do an equivalent variety of dental damage, and I'm trying to establish how philosophically consistent you are.
Don't ask me that question. Sam, don't you ask me that question.
I mean, truly,
you are opening up a can of worms here. We're not doing this.
What is the philosophical integrity of team don't put it in your mouth? Does this actually exist? How high is this high horse? And is this soapbox but made of soap to dissolve at the slightest washing of interrogation?
This is not the route that this question is supposed to go. This is not how this is supposed to go down. Okay, what are my thoughts on tongue piercings?
Nita, you're mute.
I want to know this as well. Also,
software mute.
Software mute. Software mute. Thank you.
Got it.
I would like to know this as well. What are your thoughts on this? And I think more importantly, is this going to be an aloe answer? Ghost.
We're sorry. The Nor you contacted cannot be reached as dialed. Please hang up and try again.
What's it supposed to go like this?
It's just Houdini.
I mean, look, I don't think the choking hazard is fundamentally meritorious for people without pre-existing swallowing issues. We know perfectly well that objects this size don't represent a choking hazard for most adults, who are, broadly speaking, the demographic to whom you've asked this question. So while there are specific exceptions, I'm really trying to figure out whether or not this isn't just concern trolling.
I reject the premise of the question. I'm gonna take a page out of the American playbook. It's your question. Shut up. All right. There's nothing wrong with tongue rings because they're
Nor pleads.
They're safe. There's safety things in there to make sure that they don't fall into one's mouth and choke them. You know?
I know more than one person that has swallowed a tongue piercing by accident.
You know, I'm gonna need you to kindly shut the fuck up.
Again, we're not worried about the choking hazard, broadly speaking, barring pre-existing swallow issues. And I think the other merit of your point is the dental damage of chewing on metal, which is recapitulated and a known risk of tongue rings. Now, I thought tongue rings are cool since like pretty much forever. So please, chat, don't think I am bagging upon them. The only reason I do not myself risk all of the fruits of my dentistry is because I was warned against it by my voice teacher, because your tongue changes in shape to adapt. But I think they're neat, and also I think the human body's ability to heal from them as quickly as they do is really cool and impressive. But it definitely is known to damage one's enamel. So I just want to know: do you hate people with tongue piercings, or are you philosophically inconsistent?
Oh man, you put in the box today.
Get in the box.
I will say this. I do not have a platform that can influence the decisions and the safety concerns of those who are interested in or already partaking in the piercings of one's tongue. Because I do have a platform that is primarily focused on TTRPGs, this is a platform in which I can do a little bit of good by helping folks avoid choking and damaging their teeth. So
you beat up on the little guy because you can.
So what you're saying is that in regards to tongue piercings, you would if you could somewhere in a little bit of a middle ground, perhaps. Perhaps you would not
heavens
like to
defend!
Impugn upon others' rights to own tongue piercings.
Surely Noir would not express such cowardice.
Such cowardice as to not take a side.
No, certainly not.
Man, we've been at it for an hour and 30 minutes. This is probably time we should take a break, right, guys? We all feeling like we want a break.
Shadi, thank you so much for that Etsy link in chat.
What is this?
Oh, does it have a D20?
Yeah.
Perfect. Perfection.
I'm so glad I'm not Noir. Right? Yeah, being Noir is pretty rough right now. Don't lie. I will say. All right, I've got myself. Yeah. You know what? I will condemn tongue piercings.
I didn't expect you to bite the bullet, particularly because bullets are made of metal.
That's right. Nope. No. if you could change any three things in the TTRPG,
You started the segment expecting to go on the attack, and yet the surprised Pikachu over here.
It's incredible. I was watching
What
it happen in
reverse
real time.
Uno?
sometimes you just gotta shut the fuck up and draw those four. Oh. Yes, God, Emperor of the TTRPG space. Any three things you want to have happen immediately happen. What changes are you making?
Oh, all right, let's see if I can do better than I did last time. First, though, clarifying the scope of TTRPG. What is the everything that the sun touches? That is, how much of Hasbro money counts, for instance? Can I impoverish an entire mega corporation as God Emperor of TTRPG? Is it limited to WotC? Is it, see where I'm going with this? Like, how far out can I use the pretext of this is related to TTRPG? Much like, oh, I have sound-related superpowers. Can I use it for telekinesis?
Well, in regards to Hasbro owns the Power Rangers TTRPG, so they fall under that umbrella.
That's under
Renegade? Shit, it is, isn't it?
Yep.
Doesn't Renegade own?
Well, Hasbro would presumably own There's a megacorp that owns the IP for Power Rangers and would have licensed the right to make an RPG of it to Renegade, but they would still be the licensing party. So depending on how you're in defining the TTRPG space, they may or may not be within the scope, hence my question.
My answer...
This reveals so much about me as a player. This is what you need to know. You started with the signature thing?
Listen, I'm just glad we not talking about tongue rings no more. My answer is go hard. Push it to the limit.
Okay, Amazon sells TTRPGs. Yoink. Yoink.
You're taking Amazon.
I'm going for the day. Everything the sun touches, I take. We use the TTRPG thing to do some redistribution work. You've entered license holder or vendor into the scope. What are the 5 largest corporate? I think Apple probably has iOS TTRPG apps. I'm sure they do. They have dice rollers.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Yoink.
Okay, so with the money that you have now, you've absolved.
Yep, yoink, and now it's time for Yeet.
And Apple.
Apple, and at least let's see the other big,
what are the other big ones?
There are like 7 corporations that make up 40-something% of the stock market. So I think Nvidia is one of them. I think Alphabet is one of them. Nvidia is going to be a bit of a stretch. I'm sure I can get 5 out of the 7, but I am targeting those 7 most likely. I might make some adaptations, like, do I want to look for a petrochem or arms just for immediate damage mitigation? Do I want to go for a lower oh, nope. Tesla's on that list. How do I get it? How can I get Tesla on here?
TTRPG Twitter?
I mean, right, but that's Twitter. They're run by the same person. And while I believe there is a Tesla money tied up in that, I don't think that I can get the company within the scope.
Okay.
I'll keep. I would have to keep working on it. Yes.
Actually, you could because of my job. We'll talk about it after the show.
See, there we are. So we see the broad plan.
Amazon
yoink from megacorps. Yep. Easy. Oh, Amazon's easy. Amazon's GG easy. Apple, I think, is doable within the scope from multiple angles. A few I'll need to really finesse to convince the GM who gave me God Emperor powers, but I do need to try to get to Noir's Yeet after this megacorp yoink. And that is the reverseroo. I need to define people who participate in the TTRPG space as broadly as possible and just go full redistribution scheme out here. So, have you ever played a TTRPG? Have you ever watched a TTRPG? How broadly can we go? Have you scrolled TikTok and they just like they showed you a D&D TikTok just to see whether you pick it up and it goes into the algorithm? Have they showed it to you? Did you watch it? Did you have a feeling about it?
Have you ever engaged in TTRPG? You may be entitled to financial compensation.
Just replacing all those mesothelioma commercials.
It's the asbestos I can do.
I mean, any of the petroleum producers would be fine, since most dice are made of plastics.
Yep. I think see, this is the thing. We use rules lawyering around the notion of being God Emperor TTRPG to make big moves.
Have you ever made dice out of a Nazi tank? Yeah, there's just so many random sentences that don't make sense unless you follow TTRPGs.
I mean, you know the saddest thing about that? There's a different version of it, of we broke your effing Nazi tank and we made dice out of it. That's like the good version. The like breaking your shit and morphing it until it is unrecognizable, and we're going to use those dice to do real gay shit that you would have hated with your whole Nazi heart. Like, there's a reclaiming take that is so distant from the reality in which we live that it further confirms the particular timeline that we inhabit and its fairly low position in the stack rank of timelines.
You know, I think that would have gone a lot better for them if that's the angle that they took to sell it.
Yeah.
But I think that
you post videos of destroying the effing Nazi tank, and I think you could get, like, I as someone whose family was very directly affected, I get a bit of catharsis. Yo, bring a piece of it to Gen Con and let us destroy it. Yeah. Just line up with an effing blowtorch, put a mask on it, let us destroy a Nazi tank is a perfectly valid take. And strictly speaking, the thing they did, so why couldn't they have been cool? Why this? Why did they do it bad, though?
They took the dog whistle path, which is, don't you want a piece of history? Like,
that's what I was
no!
Yeah, and that's how you know it's garbage. Yo, you could take a piece of it and turn it into a dog whistle. And then just every time you hear racism, you just
the dogs in the neighborhoods are like, I'm sick of these fucking racists.
Yeah, you bark them down. You get the dog whistle, you get the neighbor dogs going, they fill your microphone, and all of a sudden, crosstalk. Boom. Making that out of a Nazi tape. Please wait for my upcoming book, 101 Things You Can Do by Destroying a Nazi Tank.
They fumbled the die roll on their pivot.
Oh, and it's because they suck. Like, the thing is, I cannot ascribe good faith to it. It's very clear that was not the intent, and I have no interest in apologizing for people acting thus. The opportunity cost of the cool version of destroying a Nazi tank does hit every time I remember dice made out of Nazi tanks. Yeah.
There's a couple pretty dice made out of human remains, dice made out of Nazi tanks.
Yeah, I ran into somebody who collected Nazi memorabilia.
Oh God. Oof.
No, it's okay. I won that encounter.
Your reminder that encounters with Nazis have a win condition, and Twitch terms of service preclude us from telling you what it is. Have fun. Be safe. Put your son in the right position.
That's the book. 101 Ways to Just Piss Off a Nazi Every Day.
You can have a day calendar for that.
Wait, what?
ways to piss off a Nazi every day. One of those 365 page day calendars.
Be gay. Do crime.
I mean, that's pretty much it. Like, just 101 different ways to be gay and do crime.
So yeah, I think that's the broad strokes of God Emperorhood. Yeah. I'm going to wildly misuse it. I mean, I think a good TTRPGer is a little bit like a twisting wish granter. I've talked a lot about how the GM's role is to create expectations and the players is to subvert it, but that does result in something kind of like a twisted wish, right?
Yeah.
Subversion of expectation is like what twisting wishes does. So if I'm God Emperoring TTRPG, I will do it in the same spirit as I am a player, and therefore I do twisted wishing.
So here's my next one.
This is the most Sam to Love answer, though.
It really is. It really is fucking sick. I love it.
It's hard to come back to these repeats and give answers that are more Sam to Love. But yes, please answer your question.
You get to take any existing franchise and drain it of its money, and all that money, all the movies, all the books, all the merchandise immediately goes to another property. Who's getting drained and who's getting boosted? Oh, really? Really? How dare?
See, I'm a great viewer of Morning Ritual, so I can't unsee this fantastic sizzle reel, by the way. Once again, editors, the true God Emperors of TTRPG in real time right now. You're doing the Porg's work, but it means that it is too iconic and I cannot unsee Abria's Star Wars. Bye.
Immediately. Just immediately.
Just not a single hesitation. Like, what a perfect creature. Whereas I think everything out loud.
Some stream issues.
Copy.
I'm just looking like
standing by. Well,
we're losing some bit rate here. Sorry, everybody.
Oh, well, they better bits.
Twitched, and we're back. Looks like looks like it was just a temporary loss of bitrate, but we're all good. We should be all good now. Chat confirm that it's all good. I'll make sure that the VOD that gets uploaded is going to be the one that I have recording on my computer currently, so we won't have any Twitch issues on the back end.
All right. So are you picking Star Wars?
Oh, it was that you ever have the thought that sticks so hard it's hard to like unstick it and get the new thought? That's what I'm highlighting. Because my approach, as I've demonstrated throughout this second and even more Sam episode of Morning Ritual, is to talk through my thought process out loud. A habit that I picked up because I discovered that you're way more likely to get a GM on board with you if they understand why you're at. Like, if I just ask my GM, Dry, is there a shrub in this clearing? They will answer from the perspective of how they imagined the clearing to look and give you an answer of like, what's there? If I say, is there a shrub in this clearing, I want to try to sneak into it and then stealth across like a Looney Tunes character, I often get a very different answer.
Okay.
And so that's how I adopted the habit of over-explaining myself as I over-explain myself.
I'm the exact opposite because I've played with contentious competitive GMs. So it's just like the more I explain my thought process and what I'm trying to do, the more they're like, oh, here are more ways that I could say no to this, even though it's like, yes. Perfect example. When I asked, not a perfect example of a contentious DM, this Eric is the best GM, but my questioning style of like, there is, during the finale, my character got flung into the air, and I just asked the question, can I take a look out while I'm up there? You know, I knew what I was looking for, but I only asked that question because I've been so trained to have GMs that like, if I were to explain it, like I want my character up there to see if I can find another dinosaur to help us in this fight. They would have been like, "Oh, you look out, and then there's nothing." Like,
I think one of the most important things Eric ever just like explicitly said to me as a GM, but like the most important lesson.
I froze for a second. Okay. My bad.
Okay. The most important lesson I take from good GMs is like when they're like, I'm not going to screw you. That like, I may say no to you. But you don't have to. There's a defensive play style that players will pick up as a response to being GM'd in that style. It's one that tends to rules lawyer so that you're protected by the rules. You're allowed to do this. The rules say so. That like doesn't add intent because if they admit it into evidence, then they have to let you use it. Like there's a particular approach that we learn to take in response to GMs who try to screw us. And trusting GMs is a thing a lot of players have to actively focus on doing.
I'm learning how to. Like, I was formed and molded by GMs that were trying to fuck me. Like, it was just not like my first GM. I told you about it. If only. No, I'm sorry. My first GM gender swapped me and then hung me, and then like my first streaming GM. Well, yeah, that didn't go well either. So,
I've mostly had good GMs, and I still intuitively sort of picked up the habit at the beginning of my career and had to learn to relax and let it go and trust the GMs. And I'm very lucky that like I have great GMs. I have a lot of control over my circumstances as being part of Streampunk. So like I get largely to engineer situations where I know I have GMs I can trust to terrify me. 16-bit heresy. Mm-hmm. But like that I don't have to play defensively about. And so I have learned to communicate a lot of intent because the opposite GM is the ones I love are like, I live as a people-pleasing little teacher's pet for the GM thinking my idea is cool. Like that's freaking, that's dopamine in a bottle to me. If they think my idea is cool, then that's all I ever really needed. And so if I communicate intent, it's at least the opportunity for them to sort of see the idea and think the idea is cool. And then maybe they'll want to do the idea with me. And then that would be cool.
I mean, your ideas are cool though. So it's just like, that's easy.
I mean, I appreciate that. And we'll give all credit to Let's Yoink Megacorp money from my earlier answer, which was, while in turn, I am deflecting from the current one, aren't I?
My captions are lost. 1 second. Let me fix that for you folks.
Did you check your pockets?
I tried, but there's a hole in my pockets, so I dropped my pockets along the way.
Did you check your butthole?
If you have captions in your butthole...
We should be back, baby.
All right, I should be back, baby.
But it did the fun thing with your camera color again.
Fuck!
Listen.
If you're ever wondering why like a stream is running late, it's my fault because I have the system that I poured nothing but love into that wants to just screw me over every chance it gets. So,
well, I mean, we've been at this for 2 hours so far. Do we want to take a quick break and come back after all this is sorted and good to go?
Oh yeah, buy time for me to think about properties because that's prerequisite on me knowing culture, and so I'm in danger. Let's procrastinate.
All right, then. In that case, I'm just a blob on your screen. I love it.
I'm just a blob, and life is a nightmare. Okay.
All right.
Oh my God. That's all. I remember that. Okay. Anyway, yes, we're gonna go on a break. Don't y'all do anything I wouldn't do.
Don't get caught.
We'll see you soon.
Wow.
The initiation of every segment of this stream will be from the posterior aspect.
I can't get that song out of my head.
Well, listen, we are nothing if people that talk about our asses at all times.
Voila. And no, I admit you are victim of my continual plot to get people who say or say things better than I do to do the thing. Have you ever noticed me murmur to myself, it still only counts as one? And then Eric says it properly with the Gimli voice.
I have no. Oh my God, you're a puppet master just behind me.
So when I say, did you check your pockets? I knew what I was doing. I should confess to that, and I should confess to it on stream. And it's because both of you are so much more entertaining that if I attempted to do the same thing, y'all are just cooler than I am, and I can't do the cool thing, but I can attempt to induce cool around me, and then I'm happy because my friends are talented and cool.
Puppet mastering is a talent all its own, so you're cool too. So there.
Checkmate.
Checkmate, atheist. But we are back with the second half. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'm just happy to talk with my friend. So I sometimes forget y'all even here. But we are back with the dark roast. And there are some new segments for sure that I want to ask you here. And I'm just gonna jump straight to the one that I'm excited for. TTRPG confessional. Here's how this works. Sometimes there are things that we bring to the table that are less than stellar. This is a place for you to confess your sins, and then we will give you penance. Go forth and sin no more. And then we'll check in to see if you have fulfilled your penance. Now, this is, of course, one of those segments that we lead by example. We demonstrate the expectations that we have for everybody else. So that being said, Anita, why don't you go ahead and give us a TTRPG confession?
I can't decide what to run for my games. Do I run Numenera? Do I want to try something like Dark Fantasy? Do I want to run something like Wanderhome, something wholesome? I have too many games. I cannot decide.
Many games.
So many games.
I don't know if that's a sin, but I'll allow it. I'll allow it. Your penance is to write down the games that you want to play. Mm-hmm. Make a table.
Okay.
And then roll for it.
Ooh, good idea.
That's so much more generous than my, which was a variation on a similar thing, but then kill one. Just
get rid of.
Just strike through.
Keep rolling until you do an elimination bracket.
Yeah. I mean, in all honesty, I'm a big fan of playtest kitchens. Do one session of each, but I do believe in strike through down to a number where that's manageable. This is part of this is Streambug's development process. We have 1,000 games and systems that we are super interested in running, but sometimes also you're interested in them in principle, and then you start playing them and it's nope. That was not what I thought it was going to be. Or wow, I couldn't tell from reading this that the combat is hella finicky and is going to take 6 hours per effing round. Some things you don't know until you make contact with the game. I really thought Cypher was going to be about discoverability and learning things and not be Pathfinder Light, but here we are.
There's a system that I want to... I've played it once, for their Kickstarter. I was the guest GM and I played it. And that was the only time I got to play it, but I want to play it again. It's called End Times, where you play a character, and your character has the ability to interact with themselves 10 years in the future and 10 years in the past. And so, for example, one of the things you could do is if you encounter a locked door, you can reach out to yourself 10 years in the past and go, I need you to study lockpicking. Now, just because you ask doesn't mean that they'll do it. And if they do it, it's probably at the cost of something that they were doing instead. So you're changing yourself. So in asking them to learn lockpicking, you could lose something else. They don't go to med school anymore because they spent time lockpicking.
Wait, clarifying question.
Yes.
You enjoy a time shenanigan game. Do I have that correct?
That's wild. I did not know that about you.
Unexpected, honestly. Wouldn't have seen that coming. What was the name of this segment again? Dark
Roast.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, absolutely. That game sounds effing awesome, by the way. I think because I love Time Shenanigan, I think oh gosh, more skill expression because you can set up, you can play with setup and payoff in cool ways. I'm an absolute just mega dork for a good time loop with multiple run throughs. I'm still looking forward to when we do a time loop game with more loops than we got. By the way, check out Then and Back Again if you are a Stream Punks coffee subscriber, companion tier or higher. The pilot episode is extraordinary in the canon of temporal shenanigans. I just a real structural storytelling masterpiece. It's beautiful work, elegant, really, really nicely done stuff in what is intrinsically a difficult medium. So while I'm giving you shit about being into a time game, 1, the time game sounds cool. 2, you should be into it. You do good stuff with it. So there we are.
Thank you. And also, Morshadi, you're right. The PBTA version is not that great, but I played with the Orc Agent, and it was. And also, I want to change the structure of that system so that other players play the younger or older versions of it.
Oh, do a predation player to the left. Ooh, ooh. I mean, even more skill expression.
So, literally everybody at the table is playing every character.
Yeah, one to the left, one to the right. Yeah.
But yes,
yes. Are we doing yours now?
What? Huh? Me?
We did Anita's, but I believe there was some follow-up required.
Yeah.
What's the progress report here?
Yeah,
because y'all been raiding into my stream with a certain sort of energy, and payback is
that confession. That's done. We're past that.
I do.
Really, are we?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, there was
inside check.
Listen, I as the person that delivered the penance, the request of the penance, it is my prerogative to state whether or not it has been fulfilled. I will say that on a technicality,
it was fulfilled.
But
Well, do you agree that technical smooch is the best kind of smooch, or is it an inferior smooch?
I would say that it was. You followed the letter of the law, but not the spirit.
A lot of pressure on this episode today.
I think that that more smooches might be required for future penances.
I feel like it's 2 technical smooches to 1 penance smooch is the exchange rate. Would you agree, Anita?
I would agree.
Okay, all right, there we are.
It was an anti-smooch. Thank you, Morshadi.
It was an anti. Wow.
Forehead kisses.
That is cute, though. That is cute.
Well,
kisses and smooch are different, though.
But the thing is that I believe the initial wording of the penance was that I am the person that will shout from the rooftops to romance.
Do we want to live in the past, or do we want to advance into the future?
Weren't we just talking about a game wherein one goes into the...
We did.
Right. We already talked about the past. We should talk about the future. I've got so many sins. I got sins coming out the yin yang. Don't y'all want to hear about
go.
Don't y'all want to hear about my new sins?
All right, what are your sins?
I'm the nuisance, thank you.
Okay. I mean,
yeah. What have you done now?
Yeah,
what have you done this time?
My new sin. Hold on. I was lying, so I have to come up with something.
Hello, Noir.
All right, here's my new sin. Here's my sin. I think that one of my sins is that sometimes I try to advance the story too quickly.
I'm in this picture and I don't like it.
And I feel like sometimes I need to let a scene breathe before I try to move us all on to the next thing. I think that's the GM in me, wanting to make sure that everybody gets a slice of pie. And in doing so, I make it so that some people's slice of the pie is smaller by being concerned that everybody gets a slice. So, yeah, that's my sin. I'm a lead foot at the table, and okay. I need to slow down.
Would you like to know what your penance is?
I don't like the way you fucking asked that question.
I do.
All right, what's my penance?
You need to smooch another character.
You fucking know it.
You need to romance someone and smooch. You can't back out.
Anita, these penances should be topical to the sin committed. You need to smooch at the end of the scene.
Okay. You can smooch at the end of the scene. Thank you. You let the scene breathe, and then you smooch.
When I come up with segments, I should really come up with rules to go alongside them. Because if I came up with the rule now, it's like, that doesn't have anything to do. It would look like that I'm trying to weasel out of my penance, which I would never do. You know, I am a man of honor.
You would cop out. Smooch someone.
Cowardice. A middle.
You know, I'm not in any games at the moment. So, you know, I really wish that I could tell y'all that it was going to happen soon.
You're a game master. You can run them.
Gosh, man.
You can make your NPCs smooch a PCs.
That is within the scope.
I mean, I'm not GMing any games right now.
Skill issue.
I mean, I don't even know that I have enough people that would be interested.
Well, I mean, our guest next week has told me that they are willing to come to our place with a copy of Starcrossed, and
I still haven't played that game. I have it. I've had it from the beginning. I really want to.
You know, I don't think that this is the kind of penance that chat wants.
So chat, you know what to do.
We're gonna run it by chat. 1 second, but before we do this, 1 second.
Fires and missiles.
Why don't you guys look over there for a second, chat? Listen to me. You owe me one. You know you fucking owe me one. Don't you fucking fuck me here. Don't you hear me? Don't you fucking fuck me. All right, so what we're gonna do.
It wasn't fucking, it was smooches.
Yeah, those are two completely different actions.
If chat wants me to adhere to the smooch penance, they will put in an S. If they're siding
with for this,
fine, then we'll put up a poll, and we will let the people decide.
Yes, we will.
The people.
I couldn't agree more. I believe that on the internet, content creators ultimately turn themselves into archetypes. I think it serves branding. I think it's a fun thing to do, but I'm surprised sometimes by the archetypes people end up in, and I do feel every so often like perhaps I am the baddies. Moments like this, I feel like I might be the baddies.
I am just a humble individual out here trying to live my best life, just trying to find a way. I'm sure chat will see my struggles and will side with me. The poll is out. Holy shit. All I saw was
holy shit.
The poll is up for 5 minutes.
So you know what to do.
All right, speech time, man. Do y'all want to see me awkwardly stumble my way through smooching at the table? Like, I am many things, but I am also swagless. Do you want to see?
Remember the one shot we did when Trek was under embargo due to strike? Remember the next door neighbor? I have video evidence that would potentially. I remind you, you are under oath, sir, and the penalties of perjury are severe.
My swag is inconsistent. It's a superpower that I can't control. Swagless folks can smooch too. Do you want to see a grown man giggle his way?
Wow, you're really just pushing for 100% in that poll. You're really.
You're not doing very much to dissuade
I know
people
what you're doing, and I appreciate you engineering the result towards smoochies.
There we go. Somebody voted no. I respect
that feeling when somebody
was it you
once told me the world was going to roll me, and yet
it was me.
I am the one who rolls.
I feel like if it's not an 100% victory, it doesn't count. I voted 2 minutes. This part of the VOD is gonna be like boring shit. But okay, all right, fine. I will smooch in my next game. The very next game I play, I will smooch.
Okay. Will it be a romantic smooch?
Who knows? I might play an alien who learns languages via smooch, aka Starfire. You'll never know. What's even happening right now? Y'all
shipping.
Really? Y'all got me blushing out here in these streets. This is ridiculous.
Good. Good.
Look, off-camera promises were made and have yet to be fulfilled. Nah, we'll get there someday.
I did my best.
I know you did. You are not culpable for that one. I will not say, chat, which characters of ours were scheduled to smooch, but I will say at one point in Noir's history with the Streampunks, that was a thing that we were seeing whether our characters would go. Now have fun going through the catalog and trying to figure out who it is.
Now I think about it, there's 2 sets of characters.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. No, I mean, it wouldn't be funny to not say unless there were multiple plausible candidates, and the other ones would be hilarious.
Oh,
imagine if this
a competitive double dating one-shot TTRPG game that you can get this done in.
Not that I'm competitive, but if I were, I'd be the best at it.
Yeah, we would crush. Hands down, easy. But that brings us to your sin, Sam.
Yes. We should have, yes. It is time for the wildly insecure performer to meditate upon their inadequacies.
Oh, no.
I mean, you scratch under the surface. That's what this is, right?
I don't think about things. I just say them.
I think it's
thought into it. It sounds vicious.
The answer is yes.
Again, that's the game. That's what I do. You put some thought, and then it sounds that's the thing that I do.
No, question 2 for the first half of the show. We're working on it.
No, I haven't answered question 2. I haven't answered whence I yoink from IP and whither I yeet. I'm also tracking the unanswered questions. I assure you.
Chat is just all I
listen.
That's
why you got to stick around for the entire episode.
Exactly.
If you want the answers.
And I'm down to 1 with question 2. And narratively, that dictates that I give the final answer at the end, right? But to answer the proximate question immediately in front of us and to reframe, because I'm giving you shit, but I think truthfully, a lot of TTRPG performers are insecure. I think that's part of being an entertainer in general, is figuring out how to manage that, because you also don't want to tip too far into ego or failing to listen to critique. It's an Aristotelian mean sort of thing, but I do rather than amplify inadequacies for insecure people, I do think what this segment does is give a more positive vessel for what might otherwise be negative feelings. I don't think you actually make people feel bad. I think y'all frame a thing that might otherwise make people feel bad into something that could feel good. I didn't want that particular roast to stand, because I certainly don't.
No, I'm sorry. I went full head empty. I'm emulating my newly acquired orange child.
Not a single thought.
The heart of the question, I think, is where do you feel that there is room for improvement in your performances or in your play styles?
Everything, everywhere, all at once, starring Michelle Yeoh.
Such a good fit.
I think, in terms of not just a thing that I think is inadequate, but a thing I think could be reorganized or remedied, a thing one can do something about, I tend to use the limited spotlight time that a character gets for roleplay and attempt to build one strong dyad. One could call this, I don't know, just off the top of my head, the DeVivo effect. I will build a strong dyad at the table on the thought that it's better to have a single, 1 or 2 very strong relationships than to have breadth but not depth with characters at the table. But I think that can also go too far, and then I end up very weakly connected to other people at the table. That if I look at the variance between the characters I spend the most scene work time with and the characters I spend the least scene work time with, I think that range is farther than it should be. Because while I love depth and I love deep relationships, I do think it's important to invest in at least sketching a relationship with all of the characters because that gives you the option on going deeper later. You got to lay the foundation with everyone. And I think I'm so focused on using my scene work time economically and making sure I get it done. Because, like, who knows when we're about to just have an action sequence for 3 episodes and you get no scene work kind of thing. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to make sure I get depth here. So I'll have gotten some character work done this season that I ultimately end up neglecting like half the table in my mission to have 1 or 2 strongly characterized relationships.
We kind of talked about this with something that we've coined the comfort blanket player, where it's just like there are certain people like that you share a table with that you're just like, I know how to link in with them. So it's just kind of you kind of lean into that.
But I mean, Streambox, there's never just one. You can have this is going to sound so trite, but every player at that table is a comfort blanket player. Like that's the thing about Streambox. Yes. That's
a veritable linen closet of comfort blankets.
I genuinely love that.
That plays very well with the Ox Cruise pillow fort.
Yes.
Which is they invented and I love and just feels very, very good. So like it moves around. Like you can see sometimes I will have a strong dyad with one player, sometimes with a different one. Like the dyad thing will move around, but I do it a lot. And I need more breadth. And I do think it's a bit skill issue. Like you got to figure out how to do it efficiently.
Okay. So
that you can get both breadth and depth. But I do need to learn how to do that. I do need to practice it. I feel like dependence is fairly straightforward, but I always await the opportunity for surprise and or smooch. I don't know. Is the answer smooch the character that I have the least interaction with and then just see how that unravels? That's a quick way to get more character interaction with them.
Yeah. That's your thing. Yeah, everybody's smooching. You know what, Anita? Okay. I'm redoing your pennies.
Okay, go for it.
You have to pick the system most likely to induce smooching.
But they are all 100%.
So thirsty sword lesbians?
Yeah. Well, there you go. You just found your game.
There, decision made.
That new penance worked out better than I thought. Every penance is going to be smooching here on out.
Smooches all the way down.
Hey, still got to be viable on Twitch. Oh,
if you're just joining us, welcome to Morning Ritual. This is our very serious tabletop role-playing game interview show, hosted by Noir and Anita.
Oh, God. We've done this for 100+ episodes. What's wrong with us?
5 cubed.
Would you like to know the exact number?
Sure.
So you were a guest on the first 2 episodes until I decided to just steal you to be a host.
Uh-huh.
The total is 128 episodes.
Ooh.
That's way too many.
That's a good number.
3 live ones.
Oh yeah, we have done some live shows. That's dumb. Okay, but so your penance, your real penance, Sam. I would say keep track of your interactions with players and try and keep them even.
How many episodes?
For the first 3. And then let it kind of go naturally from there. Give everybody the same chance at establishing something, because sometimes the characters just don't, they just don't.
Sometimes they don't have thematically a lot to work with.
Right.
And the character graph doesn't always have to be everyone has dyad, but depends on the size of the table.
Yeah, that's why.
Upcoming the next oh no, that I can't
Oh, that was close.
Did you watch me catch myself in real time?
I was
there we go.
Trying to push it back like
no, I got it because I am nominally the impulse control of the stream monk, like development communications, which I don't know that I'm the impulse control. I'm mostly the threats. Which serves an overlapping but not identical function.
If any on-screen members are here, they're gonna dissect that moment and try and figure out what.
Beautiful, good. I support it. Engage with the text. Engage with the show. Engage with it on YouTube. Get those watch hours up. Leave a comment what you thought was happening. If you haven't liked and subscribed yet, that's a great time to do it.
Also,
welcome in,
Raiders.
Raiders. Good
Thank
to see
you so much for the raid. Hey, Phoenix, how you doing? Wait, Sphinx was already in here.
That's my favorite
thing. When Sphinx is talking, he's like, from the raid. People see Sphinx is everywhere. He's omnipotent.
Everywhere you want.
Everywhere you want to be.
Everywhere you are, PG.
Hey, now you've got yourself a tagline, Sphinx. Just a Sphinx credit card. That brings us to another part of our dark roast, and this is
the story of
this is the story of Petty Primetime. If there is anything that you want to subtweet, this is a subtweet in real life. This is the place to do it, and of course, we model the behavior that we expect. So. We can go first. Nina, you want to go first? Or you want me to go first?
Yeah, for sure. All right, we're setting a date. Everybody, just get your bad takes out in the open. We're just gonna get all the bad takes out there. We're just gonna air that out with like spring cleaning, and then we're just gonna let the whole thing sort out. Like, there cannot be a villain a day. You gotta stop it. This golden age of TTRPG, get the fuck out of here with that. Like, it's
okay, all right.
More people in your space doesn't mean that it's bad. Doesn't mean that it just means the space is changing. It just means the space is evolving. Change is not bad. New people in your space does not mean less space for you. That's it.
Or maybe it does if you're making the wrong kind of dice out of Nazi tanks.
True.
In which case, go fuck yourself. No, here is my...
The subtweet is rapidly becoming tweet.
My subtweet is that, oh boy. There's a interview with the comedian Cat Williams that came out very recently that a lot of folks are talking about. And in it he talks about gatekeepers and people who don't give back to the community, even though they claim to, and that kind of stuff. And I am just going to say that I have been involved in a lot of different art forms, and a lot of the things that was mentioned in that interview are not foreign concepts to people who have been around art spaces, music spaces, even academia, from what I hear. So I will say this. Be very careful who you support. Be very careful who you trust. And be the kind of person that you want more people to be like in your space. Help up-and-comers. Spend money at local shops. Spend money with small creators. WotC doesn't need any more of your money. Paizo doesn't need any more of your money. There are small-time creators that are making amazing things at a detriment to their financial livelihood. And they're making it strictly based on passion. So we can look at that interview and kind of dwell in the tea of it all, or we can use it as a moment to be inspired to be better ourselves. And by improving ourselves, we inherently improve our spaces. and we make it harder for the people that want to take advantage and gatekeep by taking care of each other. That's my subtweet.
That covers so much of the wholesome side of the ground that you ever have the thing at the table where you have an idea and before you get the little space silence gap to say your idea, someone come in, it's an overlapping non-identical idea.
That.
But now you're like, shit, I have to real time a new idea. And the worst part, my GM clocked I want to go next. So I have until they finish the thing they wanted to do to come up with a thing that's not the thing they did.
I can vamp about nothing. So
I've been vamping half of this. The second question is still not fully answered. You think I'm incapable of spinning a tale to buy myself time? Oh, buddy.
Butts are nature's stress ball.
Sam DeLev is Scheherazading the fuck out of this.
Oh, that's a lovely comparison. Okay, but seriously, I don't want to be like. Fortunately, you as hosts know that I love and feed upon petty, like mitochondria feed upon oxygen. It is necessary to produce that sweet adenosine triphosphate that makes it all go. But as the space becomes a little tighter and pocketbook, more competitive, all of the things we talked about earlier in the show, I do think that keeping an eye on how often we turn our attention to amplifying the flaws of the space does harm to ourselves, because there is a service done by highlighting things that can and should be better. I think everyone in here's entirely aware of the importance thereof, but I think we so want to fix it and so put such a high priority on spotlighting it that sometimes we neglect what that does to us, the people who highlight, the people who spotlight, to be focused on all of the things that are wrong in the space, that it contributes itself to burnout and frustration with the space. It induces good people to want to leave the space. And I think at a certain point, it is better to invest one's energies into all of the things that Noir described, proactive movement toward the things you do want to see. That I think, broadly speaking, we as a community might not be aware of every single instance of bad faith and crap, but we have been primed to recognize a lot of it. And I would love to see more focus on either scripts to handle it or focusing on uplifting the positive aspects. Because the situation, the fundamentals of actual play right now are such that they induce us to tear each other down already.
Yeah.
That's already there. So we have that, and we're looking so constantly at everything that's wrong. That's really disheartening. And it's a path for the best of us to leave. But we're focusing every day on what sucks. And I think it does good for the people who should be in the space to focus on building the positive aspects, because that is replenishing to the soul as well. That's part, like, focusing on that, like, not looking at every tire fire and main character on Twitter moment is part of how we protect our hearts so that we can do the good arts. I think it's easy to point out things that should be better, or people who are doing bad shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
it's just not good for us. It hurts.
It's just a dog pile after a certain
Oh,
point.
God, yeah.
Yeah. It can be fun to dunk on the Twitter bad guy of the week, but it
Mhm.
costs.
What does it do to you?
What does it? Yeah.
I think we focus so much on what we as dogpilers can do to the Twitter bad guy that we don't pay enough attention to what happens to us being part of a dog pile. You get smooshed in a dog pile. That's part of the deal. Yeah, the one on the bottom gets smooshed. You get smooshed too.
I've seen so many people have to I have to walk away from the space. I have to take a break from the space, or the burnout is getting to me, and it's just I looked into I fell into the cycle of dogpiling too, and it's just you get that adrenaline and that serotonin from the righteous anger, but then afterwards it's just oh.
Yeah,
Now I'm just here with a bunch of people that just want to punch.
You've rehearsed the feeling angry, and none of that is to invalidate righteous anger. It's not a wrong thing to do. To me, it's the proportions. Once again, an Aristotelian mean. That sometimes sometimes the trash needs to be taken out.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And we should not hesitate to do so.
Is
the trash can full yet?
Yeah.
I guess it's
No, I was just saying that can't be the only thing that activates you in the space though.
Yeah.
And I think for a while there, we had a bunch of people that just were only activated when it was just yes, we've all agreed to stomp this person. Come on.
And people build
let's
following
use some
on
of that
which
energy.
is how healthy is that following, and how healthy is your state about that?
Yeah,
the hate is not ideal. There's a reason it's in a cautionary piece of fiction.
Let's use some of that energy to fucking hype people up, buy this shit. Or if you can't buy this shit, watch this shit. If you can't watch this shit, retweet this shit. If you can't retweet this shit, like this shit, there's options.
There's options, and again, none of it is to exclude. This is a full breakfast, but so many people out here feeling burned out. I invite you to engage with the things that made you love this place. Yes. Love this stuff.
Mm-hmm. Gray, they said more smooching, less smooshing.
Yo, Gray Day is a fantastic wordsmith whose work I constantly enjoy in my stream, and they've done it again.
We're gonna try to steal them. No, okay. That brings us.
Such a good host.
What does that bring us to, Anita?
Well, let's see. We did TTRPG Confessional.
You got the book.
I do have the book. But the book is currently underneath a cat.
Well, tell that little motherfucker to move.
I can't. He's just so sweet. Hear that noise?
No.
He did a little pert. So I think that will bring us to the community spotlight.
Community spotlight's at the end. Because
we did the confessional.
We have 3 questions I halfway ignored.
Because we do the negativity and then we end on the positive.
Pull this book out from under this cat.
Right, wow! If only somebody suggested that from the beginning.
Alas, no one did.
TTRPG commandments.
Yes, see, I knew there was something I was forgetting. We've got the TTRPG commandments.
Yeah, these are new to me.
Yes. So, this is your chance to write in a law for all of TTRPG, and I will tell you the ones that we have currently as soon as I pull them up, because I am a professional. All right, here we go. Got them right here. Nobody can say I don't, because I totally do. Here they are. Sarah's commandment is the first one. Sarah being Hype Goblin. Everyone at the table should be just as invested in other people's stories as their own. My commandment is that the perfect table is one where no one person's fun is more important than the other. Amelia Tyler, her commandment is thou shalt create fun experiences with players less experienced than you without the GM asking you to.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Emily Friedman, commandment is thou shalt play many different games with many different people. And thou shalt not treat people as things. The whole thou shall, you don't have to adhere to it.
Oh no, I love a good thou and correctly using thine versus thy as needed. Anyway, moving on.
Alec the Bard, prioritize telling a good story as a group instead of as individuals. And thou shalt give your baddies daddy energy. Trey Rivera, thou shalt add to the world you're playing in and not just live in it. We have a few guests that we missed that we're going to have to circle back and get them. But for now, those are the ones we have. So the commandment of Sam DeLev is...
Oh, see, no, I also realized over break, the over-explaining is my methods section. That's what this is. It's also the science communicator in me. I have to show how I did it. The over-explaining.
Work every time.
Every time, like math class, I'm just simply like this. So we have a lot of cooperative storytelling stuff. I feel like if you follow the extant commandments, you're probably going to do collaborative storytelling properly. I don't think there's too much I need to add to that. So there's what ought to be universalizable, because TTRPGs are so heterogeneous, right? Like the commandment that you would give toward a combat intensive D&D dungeon crawl is not what you would do for thirsty sword lesbians. And these commandments, I think, should pertain to the broadest possible swath of TTRPGs as a whole, because it's more than just a storytelling platform. We, as like the three of us on camera right now, that's a thing that attracts us because we're effing theater kid energy. But like, it's not invalid to play it. Yeah. Oh, no possible idea. No possible idea whatsoever. But like, the board game tactical style is valid and welcome in the space. And so perhaps the commandment best ought to be, thy fun and that of thy fellow players is not wrong.
Give that to me one more time.
Thy fun and that of thy fellow players is not wrong. There's so much your fun is wrong. There could be less. And especially since we have so many commandments about collaborative storytelling and emphasizing those things.
I feel like yours kind of resonates perfectly with mine, which is no one person's fun is more. Let's see. The perfect table is one where there's where no one person's fun is important than the other, and thy fun and that of thy fellow players is not wrong. So yeah, I like that.
Important to have a compatible table, and we do have commandments to that effect. But just because you are not a fit for a table, or the player at your table has a very different flavor of fun, and maybe you all couldn't get on the same page, that doesn't mean the fun is wrong. If you have to leave the table because it's not the right table for you, you were not wrong, they were not wrong.
I'm gonna troll with your commandment real quick. I hope you don't mind. You see that, everybody? Mill decks aren't wrong. Mill players aren't wrong at all. Take 20 off the top of your deck, motherfuckers.
Those are bold words from someone who's been served Uno reverse draw 4 today.
You're right. I just have to get that off my chest. Us mill players, we get so much shit from the community.
Why are you called mill players and not MILFs?
Well, you know, I haven't gotten to experience motherhood yet.
I didn't say what it stood for.
Don't let the belly fool you.
Oh, hi, Pop Juicer. Perdón,
yeah, we call mill players because we grind your deck to dust.
I mean, we've had a lot of discussions previously about like if we were a magic deck, what color? And I think
You're a control
the
player for
secondary
sure.
color has moved around. I've been called blue white. I've been called I think maybe on one occasion blue black. But we know which color has been there. Blue green occasionally when I'm in a very catch a Pokemon sort of mood. But we know which color persists.
Yeah, blue.
Across
blue.
examples.
Blue is
We
the
know what I
best
am.
color. Blue is the color of the hall monitor because sometimes people run too fast down the hallway and you gotta make them stop.
I've never run too fast down the hallway, Noah, and you know why.
Oh God, this I really want you to learn and play Magic, but I'm also terrified of what that would create.
It's exactly why I don't do it. It's why I stick to collaborative storytelling, because then it's the same energy as I do a bunch of bench press to give strong hugs. I can put competitive energy toward. I'm a give more the best fucking gift this scene. Oh my gosh, they're gonna love it so goddamn much. And that's much healthier than anything I could do in a competitive setting. I just don't think we want me there. That is not the mode in which people are going to be friends with me.
When I think about you learning Magic, the quote that comes to mind was, "We were so busy thinking if we could, we never thought if we should."
I mean, I would have so much fun. I would hyper focus. It would become a problem. I would just absolutely grind the hell out of it to try to get good. I would be such a dick.
Oh, it would
or
be
I would just internalize it and get very tilted a lot. Like that's the other possibility, because like I care about being nice to people and I wouldn't want my angry to like come out at them. So it would just all poison my soul. Yep. I'd get high blood pressure from all salt.
Too much sodium.
Too much. My kidneys would hate me if I played Magic the Gathering.
Magic is how I figured out I was a switch. Because every now and then I'm like, I'm getting dominated. I like it.
That brings us to
the big one, y'all. If you've been in the TTRPG space for long enough, you've probably had to display. Wait, hold on. Am I missing anything before I do the whole spiel?
Cruncher, no.
We're professional. What was
that? Cruncher, no. Player/GM signature move. Tabletop professional. 5 people. RPG commandments. Petty prime time. The God Emperor question. And comfort blanket players.
Oh yeah, that's the new one that I keep forgetting to do. So comfort blanket players are people that if you get invited to a table with nothing but people that you don't know, if there's one person that you do know, how do I explain this, Will? My brain.
You ask, someone says, "Hey, do you want to play a game?" You ask, "Who's in it?" They list like 4 names you don't know, and then another name. And then you go from nope. Oh, well, if they're in it, sure. Okay.
Yes. That is people? A comfort blanket player. Mm-hmm. Who are your comfort blanket players?
Okay. I can answer some of this empirically because I'm like that a lot. We were sort of getting into that earlier today. I have a fairly long list because I've been very lucky, and I get to start off the list because both of you.
I'm not a coward like you are. I'm not going to dodge the camera. I'll hang out here.
How dare you!
It's all right. I mean, the cowardice has already been entered into evidence with the tongue piercings. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. We support you. You can live in indecision. It's important. It's an important part of the process. But I mean, no. Remember that 4-shot we didn't end up doing?
Yeah.
What do you think you were to me then?
That's true. I'm still heated about.
But
did I ever tell you what happened to that?
yes, I remember that we did. Nonetheless, so yeah, both of you. There's this guy, 16 Byte Rick.
I think I've heard it. I think I've heard of
Yeah, if he's running a thing, very rare. Not to be there. I've discussed the great, the transcendent, the radiant, the glorious Gina DeVivo.
Gina DeVivo.
I get your Letterkenny reference. Okay.
It got whoosh on me, but that's okay. Like everybody know. But also, so yes, like an easy answer. If there was a streampunk there, and because we've done streampunk by like family resemblance and we have this big extended family, there are a lot of tables that I can end up where there's a comfort blanket player. Omar Najam is empirically, in the same sense as like I approve, a comfort blanket player to me because I joined Power Play on that basis. I had never played with Caitlin before. I knew her as an artist. With Shield of Tomorrow stuff, but hadn't actually played. To some extent, you know, I trust Brixbud's judgment, and the entirety of Power Play validates that decision. But the only person I'd played with on that cast as a fellow player was Omar on Tempting Fate, and admittedly, like 80% of those games were Omar working in ways to name all of the Fast and Furious movies as a special challenge. It was a bit anyway, point being, also that, which then by extension, all of them became comfort blanket players to me. I'm really lucky in this space. Like, I rarely leave a table without having a new comfort blanket player. And if I do, it's only because the table's effing full of them already. Like, we already at saturation.
Like I said, linen closet.
Yeah, it really is. And then, you know, I love to get asked to more games. I would hate to ever be siloed into just doing streampunk stuff, if only because then I lose the opportunity for more friendship crossovers, for expanding the web. And so sometimes I will take gigs not knowing anyone at all, like the first game we played together. Where I knew no one. Like, I had never played with anyone. You're back. A moment, but you're back. You thawed.
Okay. Well, yeah, the first game
the first one I just took, but then that established you, and then I did it. I knew to play with you again. So occasionally I'll take a chance on a table where I know no one, because I got both of you out of taking that chance.
I cherish that game so much.
You want to give, because that is an extremely obscure indie reference, you want to give a quick recap of what the game was and how that went?
I'm good. There's a short rant attached to it, but absolutely. So there back in the day, which was a Tuesday. No, there's a game that I was in called Degrees of Madness. It was me and the team from Perception Studios, which, if you're unfamiliar with Perception Studios, they are puppeteers. And so we were playing a game of Call of Cthulhu. I was a human player. There were two puppet players. Live, Laugh, Love, Lindy was our GM. And we would have guests come in, and Sam was one of the guests. I did not know anything about Sam, and I was playing this real dickhead, like annoying character. And like, I was so scared because I was like, "Oh, Sam seems so sweet, and I've got to be an asshole for like the next 3 hours." But Sam, you've watched this episode. You have seen Sam expertly reverse and judo throw me across the mat. I was being an asshole, and Sam was being so sweet and just reversing it until like that character was like, I care about you and I'm gonna be nice to you, but fuck everybody else. And like it was it was for a group called LFG that was looking to
Or
establish
LFM, right?
LFM
Yeah.
was looking to establish themselves as an actual play studio and all this kind of stuff. And if you want to see the games, they are on YouTube right now. You can look up Degrees of Madness. You can look up LFM. It's there.
Yeah, I did a year-long campaign, had a whole lot of fun, put a lot of thought on the character. It was fun.
Yeah, we were doing steady, decent numbers. Sam's game was season 2. They only uploaded season 1. I can't watch that game, and I want to so bad. I'm so fucking bad. And I've been in the Discord asking, like, listen, just give it to me. And like,
just give me the file.
All the business people who are funding everything, they just vanished.
Yeah, and we're never heard from again. Mar, you know, Sweetness was a reaction to you being an asshole so that you wouldn't be in a position of hurting my character, right? If the meme just bounces off me, then you as a player don't have to deal with like the bad feeling or any sort of bleed of being mean. Like, that's a deliberate choice when encountering an asshole player as the way I think of to be kind to the player. Because it's harder to be an asshole when you hurt someone sincerely. And I was playing an earnest character. So I figured either I could let you hurt me, but that wouldn't feel good to you. So I let everything off me.
I appreciate it so much. And like, when I noticed that that's what was happening, I was like, well, at this point, there are 2 choices. Oh, there are 3 choices, which is I can not change, which is not fun for anybody. I can try and double down on the mean, which again is not fun for anybody. Or I can let the character react to the fact that grouchiness doesn't work here.
Your powers are useless here.
So it's just like, okay, well, I can't make you my enemy. We're gonna be friends. And it was so sweet and genuine, and I want to watch it. But I fucking can't, because capitalism ruins my life.
Capitalism. Wow, we have so many like recurring themes in today's segment. It's almost like we all storyteller.
Yeah. We're coming full circle. A whole bunch here.
But you're absolutely right when you say that Street Punks is full of comfort players. I would sit at a table with people that I actively don't like for one Street Punk.
For one stream, yep. I think I've probably done it. I can't think of an example off the top of my noggin, but I bet I have.
I can think of an example off the top of my noggin, but I'm not gonna go with.
That's for post show. Sorry, chat.
Well, actually, I wasn't in the game, but I watched the game, and that's even more impressive because it's just like, oh, this person pops up, and it's just like you ever get so mad that your eyebrow like flexes?
And then Eric sees it and then understands the entire thought process. There, another loop back.
There's somebody that just makes me so angry, like my eyebrow flexes its bicep, which makes no sense, but that's the only way I can describe it.
It's that vein in your head that just bulges a little.
I need to shut the fuck up. I'm so sorry.
It does work well. Rene. Thank you for that.
See, perfection.
Every time.
Perfection. Like, does not miss.
That was so fast.
They're so good. They're so good. I mean, the comfort blanket thing works really nicely with my tendency to excessively invest in strong dyads. Because if the table is going south fast, I just jump to my punk. And we just have a good time together despite the table, and then it's still fun. Like, you can sort of see where the selective pressure to adopt this trait has happened. But among a group of comfort blankets, I can drop that hat. But like honestly, it does serve real well when you're playing with new folks, and it's like, well, but Anita is there, so I'll be all right. And if this table sucks, I'll just do every scene with Anita.
Like there's the game that we played that. Not gonna give any details to, but it was the first time that I realized, as a comfort blanket player, or as a comfort blanket GM, like if I see somebody that I brought to the table in danger, and I know that I'm the comfort blanket, like the instinct to just wrap around that person, like, you're not gonna touch my baby.
You are so good at sensing the player's feelings at a table. Like, y'all, the number of times that I've been feeling a little off and I try to put my little stoic face on it and I get a private message from Nora like, but are you good though? All those things I've talked about, like reading people, that 16-bit heresy does to me. Equally, if I'm in like a B+ mood, Noir knows, is always attuned to the emotional energies, not just of the characters. Though, like, while we're just calling out people at this table, the energies of the characters is like something Anita's so good at picking up on. Like, the energies of the character, pristine, which I think really does help how they're able to get into position to like support and play foil really effectively. Like you catch what's going on real quick, but equally on the player's energy. Noir is really attuned to how people are feeling. And it's important to catch all those levels. But like constantly rolling insight check is hard. And each of these two hosts in their own way makes it look easy. And if you watch their RPG streams, and you should, do yourself a favor and just pay attention to how they are each paying attention, because they're both very good at it.
Noir and I will make eye contact the same way that you and Eric make eye contact and just be like, this is some fuck shit, right? Yeah, this is some fuck shit.
That's
the number of times.
I almost want to make like the comfort blanket player like a template or a magic item. Like when you're wrapped in this, you immediately get to tech thoughts with the person that you're linked up with.
So true.
Because I've had full conversations that just went like this, just like, and that's it. That's the whole conversation.
Yeah, you just make Zoom eye contact, and while that guy's saying that. It's done. You've said everything needs said.
Yep.
Like, let's try and wrap this one up early.
I like how the crux of Sam's comfort blanket is, in the event of an emergency, please locate your nearest streampunk. Please be aware that the nearest streampunk might be behind you.
Aaron Foster.
So that's going to bring us to the big one, which is... If you've been in the TTRPG space for long enough, you've probably had the displeasure of playing with that guy. That guy is a veritable black hole of fun at the table, somebody that if they were yeeted into the sun, your experience at the table would increase tenfold. So, Sam, have you played with that guy?
Since the last time you asked me this question, that guy was part of a main character drama. Because if you go back to the VOD, I was talking around Rudy Rutenberg. Of Satine Phoenix and Rudy Rutenberg. Have fun. Enjoy.
Oh, that wasn't a villain of the day. That was a saga.
And for me, it was but an episode. He was many people's that guy, but I was among them, and that just shows you the passage of time. Because that feels like 8 dramas ago. I think Satine's attempted at least 2 comebacks since then. Fire type using special attack on water, it's not very effective.
That was
but yeah, there's
ritual ago.
Yeah. So it's been 1 week since you looked at me. It's it's been a while since the last that guy. And so the question is, how many leaps of faith have I taken in the last 74 episodes to play with people and have been wrong?
Damn, that's a really baller way of looking at it.
And like, look, we just outlined my strategy whereby I don't miss.
Set yourself up for success, and you can never lose.
Oh, God. That's... Again, I did not see the answer going that way, but that is the coolest way to fucking... that guy. What makes you think I'd be done?
We don't... A condom meme, we don't do that here.
Oh, we don't do that.
In all seriousness, I'm looking forward to having more playing opportunities outside of Stream Punks, and again, widening my web. Because I could do with a bit more of that. So you're interested in Sam at the table, et cetera, self-promo. But I get to mostly have tables that are a large proportion of people I know. And I tend to say no to projects where I know there's that guy. Ow.
This is inspired me to do some more GMing. I've been wanting to do some more GMing, but the chance to play blanket GMing, introduce
you have such a different social circle, and I can tell that, like, from all of the lovely guests that you have, the booking is just out of control on the show, honestly.
I don't know why anybody says yes. I'm still surprised.
Oh, I can explain if that would be helpful.
No, that's okay. I love this chair.
So we take it as stipulated that you are excellent hosts who make for an incredibly enjoyable interview experience. Okay, so stipulated.
I'm in your walls, and I believe her. Yeah,
so we'll work out the dates after we get on stream for your jamming. I'm looking forward to it.
I have a question for you, Noir. If you had the chance to introduce Sam to any of the players in your circle, who would you introduce Sam to?
That's what I was thinking when I was thinking, like, okay, what game do I want to set up?
I'd introduce
Sam's,
D.
Yeah. I was thinking Sarah, Hype Goblin.
Yeah?
I've never played with Sarah.
I think those two would gel well together.
Also, Trevor. I want to see it. Yes, I just want to conversate. I just want to be in the room with those two, have a conversation. Trevor Valley is one of the smartest, just well-lived individuals that I've ever met. Archaeologist.
Yeah, archaeologist, paleontologist specifically.
Paleontologist.
Tattoos and Bones on Twitter.
Yes. I just love I love when people talk and, like, I can only understand 60% of it, because then my brain goes, I've got to figure out what that 40% that I don't know what that meant. And then I always leave smarter. Right? But the problem is, like, if you're hanging out with people that are speaking so above your head, like, you got to still offer something of value. So it's not just like, why is this dumb guy here?
Only a fool would say that about you, because, again, you are one of the most effective people I've ever met at relating it to an existing paradigm. I refer you, sir, to Exhibit A, Epigenetics, and Professor X / Captain America. This was an off-stream moment whereby, using a metaphor for a cake, we discussed gene expression versus genotype and genome, and it all holds very nicely. And if I have the excuse, I will use that as a governing metaphor in future. But like, you just intuited that, bruh. Like, I don't. Indisputably.
I can summarize that.
Please.
Like, so
please talk more about how Captain America's cake. Please do.
In that particular conversation, there's a comic book in which the X-Men have set it up so that mutants are immortal. When they die, they come back in a pod. They're all good. For some reason, I'm not going to spoil it, they need to bring back Captain America. So Captain America dies, they bring him back. But he is still buff Cap. Now, my question was, if they're bringing him back from the dead with a fresh new body, because it's a new body, shouldn't he be weak, scrawny Cap? And Sam was explaining to me why it makes sense that he would come back as buff Cap.
That's why there's a plausible possibility, depending on the version of the everything. Did we just grab cake? Was this a pretext for cake, Anita? That was brilliant. You have object work going on here.
I grabbed cookies.
Perfect. We'll accept this as well.
But when I talk to people that are much smarter than me, and they're explaining things that don't make sense when they're using the smart words, I have no other option than to break it down into the smallest, most...
You're understanding the high level concept effectively enough to relate it to something else, which is actually really high level understanding. You gotta understand why I'm a science communicator, and you're doing the thing I'm supposed to be doing like unquestionably better than I do it. Because if what I say comes off as incomprehensible, I've failed on the level of communication, which you never do with science stuff. And so, like, no, you don't get to bring yourself as a dumb guy. Like, just, that is not an evidence-based claim.
I weaponized my dummy. I weaponized my dummy in order to use it effectively.
I think the thing that you don't give yourself enough credit for is that even if you feel that you lack intelligence, I think the thing that you don't give yourself enough credit for is the fact that you're always curious and willing to learn, which is in of itself a form of intelligence.
The most important one in my experience, because like, if you're not curious, you don't acquire more information, which means you can't synthesize it with your existing knowledge web, which means that you can't have more advanced and complex concepts because you never bothered to pick up the additional information. There's actually lovely science suggesting that people experience less growth if they proceed from a fixed mindset about, like, I have this much talent, versus a working mindset of, like, I'm where I am here, but if I do stuff, I will be more. To call oneself dumb is to approximate a fixed mindset, whereas curiosity embraces growth.
Then I'll explain why I say I'm dumb. And it's not as self whatever
deprecating,
as you may think. To me, intelligence is somebody hearing, if you touch the oven, it's gonna burn you. If it's reading, if you touch the oven, it's gonna burn you. And here's why. I think that I have decent wisdom and decent charisma. My intelligence, though, is, like, not there. So, like, I will go, are we sure about that oven being hot thing? And then I will touch it, and then I will go, oh, shit. Did y'all know this motherfucker's hot? And here's how I can tell you that it's hot. I have to do things in order to get things. I can't. I'll keep it a whole buck with you. I don't have a single degree to my name. Not high school, not college, not middle school. Like I just kind of, but like I will ask somebody like, "Hey, I see you're doing a thing. I'm gonna try and do the thing, and I need you. You just tell me where I fucked up." And then I'll do the thing, and they'll go, "You fucked up here," and then I know not to fuck up there no more, and then I can do the thing. I don't.
So you're good at learning.
I think that's wisdom.
That's intelligence, I'd say. I'd argue.
I think intelligence is like being able to read the book and go, "Oh, okay," and then you're there.
And I think the okay is a product of accumulated previous knowledge. That the less knowledge web you have in a given area, the more you have to do to get to that okay, because you're relating it to other concepts. Like, I'm a biology nerd. You check out my YouTube, youtube.com/@DeLeffley, and look at the May Contain Science playlist. Like, a lot of that's biology, because that's fundamentally my comfort zone. I can pick up an idea from a bio paper much quicker, not because I'm more intelligent in biology or I'm more intelligent when I'm reading biology than when I'm reading inorganic chemistry. It's entirely a function of I know more things, and so I know how to fit this puzzle piece in. But if you are curious, then you are motivated to adopt more pieces of knowledge, putting you in a better position down the line to open that book and then get it first try.
I think I've got the perfect example of.
Please synthesize our collective. All
right, so music.
Yes.
I know, and I know zero music theory. And the way I describe. The way I decipher the differences between a wizard and a sorcerer to new players is a wizard is somebody that studied music theory, knows the circle of fifths, knows why notes work and why they don't. A sorcerer is somebody that picks up an instrument and goes, "Oh, that sounds good. That doesn't sound good. That doesn't sound good. That sounds good." And they retain it. And they go, "Oh, that thing that didn't sound good there will probably sound good here." It's all instinct. It's all like it's in the soul. It's in the blood.
But what about a wizard on their first day of school?
They're learning.
They don't have the knowledge yet.
Yeah. So I mean, and that's where I'll give myself credit. Like, I can pick up things pretty quickly, but I think there is a wall that I have a hard time reaching of, like, it's the jack of all trades, master of none type deal, where it's just like, I love learning how to do new things. But to master a thing, you have to have a certain level of intelligence that is usually walled off from me. Like, and to compensate for that, I'm just like, well, I can't master that, but I'm gonna learn 6 more things. Like, I haven't mastered the guitar. I can't shred like, Hendrix, but I'll figure out the piano, the trumpet, and the drums enough to be able to play with a random passerby, and that'll be good enough for me. So there, like that's.
And in so doing, moving the gatepost on what constitutes mastery, because if you ask a non-musician whether doing that constitutes musical mastery, they will probably say yes.
Yes. Because
you are, it's an effect in TTRPG, like everything else. See, I'm trying to be well behaved in this interview. That as you become more experienced and you become more skilled, because TTRPG for fun, TTRPG can also be incredibly challenging skill acquisition. As you become more skilled, the peer group to whom you compare yourselves and the goalposts that you consider mastery effing shift. And because we are who we are, they've shifted themselves to a place that's conveniently just a little bit beyond where we are now. And it's not wholly unhealthy. It induces us to keep driving, but it is unhealthy when it convinces us that we are in a different place, that we are at a different part in our journey than we really are, or that we're something we're not.
Sometimes you got to give yourself credit for what you know and what you are learning.
Oh,
where you came from.
I just want to contextualize why I'll never let you get away with calling yourself dumb, because it's just the least true thing. This is Nora Appreciation Hours in the most aggressive manner possible.
Correct.
Chat. We are going to be loving, and we are going to do it in a hostile manner.
Yeah, Gray, they just said that you don't have to be the top person in a field to be skilled in it.
And a master of.
I mean, that's true, and I do find that I'm skilled at a great many things. And when I say dumb, like, I know that seems like derogatory. I think it's because I've been called dumb so much in my life that I was just like, well, you know what? I'm gonna use this dumb in a way that's gonna fuck your shit
Which
up.
was probably adaptive at the time, and you know, may at some points in one's life be maladaptive, and it is up to you and your own introspection to decide when that is. But since you think in a certain positive way about me, I'd like to think that you trust my judgment, including my judgment of the people around me. And so you fucking listen when I talk.
It's true, my dude. All right. I will say one whole nice thing about myself, and then
get the clips ready, chat.
And then we will pretend this never happened. There are a few things that I'll allow myself to stay mediocre in, and I think that's a positive attribute. I don't like being mediocre. I don't like not giving my best to folks. That's it. That's the nice thing I said about myself. So, Nina, why don't you say something nice about yourself? What?
Can you repeat that again real quick? Run that back.
Anita, why don't you say something about yourself?
Run that back, please.
Anita, why don't you say something about yourself? That's what I said.
I meant before that.
I don't like being mediocre in things, and I don't tend to allow myself to be mediocre at much for long if I can help it, because I like giving people my best.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
That was nice. And you made me say it twice, and I said I'd say it once and pretend it never happened.
It didn't. What happened?
We'll allow it for now. The implication exists of, and as a result of my drive, I have become skilled in multiple arenas. We take that by logical implication, and yes, I do agree. We now turn to bullying Anita.
Yes, say something nice about yourself.
I like that. I like that 4K.
Say it or we do it for you.
Emote that Six just put in chat.
Got you at 4K.
That's a good emote. I like my creativity. And I like the fact that if I don't know how to do something creative, I will teach myself how to do something creative. I like the fact that I'm an autodidact. I take pride in that.
What the fuck is an autodidact?
People that are
itself, didact, teach, self-taught.
Oh.
Like automotive, it move itself.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
That's autodidacts teach themselves that word.
That.
And Sam, now it's time for you to say something nice about yourself.
Oh, how would I describe a null set? I'm a hypocrite. Don't you know that?
Well, we will say nice stuff about you then.
I mean, look. Do I just sit back and accept compliments for a moment? That sounds like a lovely experience to have, but a little bit of a selfish and or vain one. So I better say something, or that would maybe not be my best. Not because because one does try to work on oneself and grow from even insecurity. I think there is a certain ethics that we as a society have adopted that encourages humility to the point of error, to the point of tearing down our own self-esteem, rather than ever, for a moment, even risk being arrogant in an unwarranted manner. And I think that's a bimodal distribution because there are some people who have absolutely no problem with that whatsoever. Wow. Mm-hmm. But like the people who aren't are perhaps so pissed off and annoyed by the ones who are that they go way too far to the other side and have this profound resistance to saying nice things or even interrogating oneself about being nice. You see, I buy time every time. I buy time every time.
We're gonna have to make this part of the
Sam,
this segment part of the show.
Talking about bimodal distribution with you does not make any sense as you are non-binary.
Well, and figuring out how to get out of a tangle like that. By saying that a bimodal distribution is the shape of the curve, and you might have like two hills. Like, you know, the people who are at the extreme end of excessive humility and the people who are at the extreme end of ego does not imply zero in the middle. And so perhaps that is, there are still people who live in between that binary of the bimodal distribution. And again, with the Aristotle, we'd be really into them. I don't know why I'm on my Nicomachean ethics bullshit today, but here we are. No, I'm very much to the left of the curve there. But trying to get out of things like some sort of verbal Houdini. That's the nice thing I will say. It requires a bit of creativity. It requires the twisted wishing, but I've gotten a lot of practice from being in these Taturpagas, and as someone who came from a very rehearsed music, like an opera, you rehearse all like so hard, and this artistic medium is so improvisational, so extemporaneous that certainly it did not come from my artistic training, but the more I've done this, the better I've been able to find the correct way to subvert an expectation. It requires a little comfort with uncertainty, with not necessarily having practiced everything and knowing that one is prepared, but making a choice and hoping that it's the right flavor of creative and that it helps solve the story's Sudoku puzzle. That's a nice thing. I try to find the unlock to the story puzzle, and I try to be good at it and hopefully helpful to the table in getting the plot
successful.
Confirmed.
That's very kind.
Just as a brief aside, a Facebook memory came up for our friend Eric. 7 years ago, the premiere of the Doctor Who show came out.
Yep.
Holy smokes.
Our 7 years will be like 2 weeks later, because I wasn't in the first 3 episodes.
That's fucking awesome.
But yeah, it's been 7 years. I've been 7 years in this space. It's changed that much. I am old and crumbling and no one remembers me. I vanish into obscurity.
Lies.
Lies!
Lying.
Lying cat.
I understood that reference. I need to finish that series.
Fans. It's a really good series.
No,
I just...
Yes, you should have the nice things segment, particularly because as hosts, you'll have to say the most nice things as demonstration. So I support including the segment. Chat, confirm in chat or in the comments if you're a YouTube video viewer. Hi, YouTube. Whether you think this segment should be included. Hint, the answer is yes.
Yeah, we'll just have our guests say something nice about themselves.
Correct.
Oh, no.
And we can refer them to the clip of this that we said this one thing about ourselves that one time. Uh, no, I was just gonna say, listen, with the way Twitter works, you would think that like everybody spoils and turns villainous like a year or two within the space. And it's been 7 years of y'all being nothing but consistently kind, creative, caring, and just all around badass. I mean, surviving Geek and Sundry and then creating your own thing, that is something that I can't even imagine how you would start to do something like that. So all that to say, y'all are incredibly badass, and thank you for showing that there are good people in fucking space. Because every goddamn it feels like it's like on a long enough timeline, somebody always goes left, and it's nice to see that there are folks that keep the not straight, but I was gonna say straight and narrow, but
I saw where you're going as soon as you caught it. This is the peril of talking to me. Eventually, a bunch of words become toxic.
We need a straight narrow that's gay as fuck.
Let's go. I mean, and I'm sure someday I will do a dick thing. Like sometimes it's simply a matter of timing, and no one perfect, and expecting faves to be unproblematic is harmful to all concerned. I have plenty of ways in which I suck, and maybe sometimes the best thing I can do about that is shut the fuck up and listen to other people rather than broadcast my assholery, particularly if I am uncertain that I am in the right of something. Like, while I appreciate there's no ramp to the pedestal.
I will say there is a difference between fucking up and being a redditor.
Has anyone told Twitter that?
Twitter can't even pronounce nuance, let alone comprehend it.
Hello, boy.
The boy.
My son!
You want to know how the repeating a thing isn't exclusive? Nah, have you ever heard me say boy to you and then you repeated it like 2 octaves lower?
Oh my god, boy.
I'm revealing all of my secret how it all works to you.
The thing is, you've told me that you've done this before, and it still works.
I can't say boy. It sounds silly on me, but it sounds awesome on you.
I used to do this thing when we first got Watson, where I just give him fatherly advice as Kratos. When you hunt the mouse, you must begin in the direction of where the mouse are.
I love it. I love y'all so much. You're so cool and fun.
Well, that brings us to our final segment, sadly.
Mm-hmm. But
Community Spotlight.
Maybe need to revisit something really quickly.
We do have a couple cleanups to do, which buys time because I'm so
Huh?
Got some housekeeping to take care of.
Yeah, no, they're referring to that there are like 2 different questions.
I'm thinking they may come in the midst of doing the community spotlight.
Ooh.
Fair enough. We could take those. Oh god, community spotlight, and that it is a segment on your show has reinforced for me how much more widely I need to participate in the community myself. I think much in the same way that like when you build a linen closet of comfort blanket players, your concentration of comfort blanket to new people, new experiences is skewed the opposite way. And like, if we want to tack an extra sin onto me, it's that I'm not nearly aware enough of new things that are happening because I'm ancient and crumbling, that I'm not as connected to people who best ought to be highlighted, that like, y'all wouldn't already know. This is how I become a culture void in my own field.
I think I'm gonna start doing one shots specifically with the goal of introducing people that I know are cool as shit.
Yeah, because like every time I hear this segment in Morning Ritual, it reinforces to me how much I need to meet more people in the community to spotlight. Because like I think most of the people I would know to highlight are people y'all already know.
Mhm.
And whenever I feel like I don't have something to introduce to others, that's a good sign to me that I need to, I've been insufficiently exploratory.
Okay. All right. Well, I've had a half-baked idea, and now this has inspired me to fucking just pull the trigger on it. I'm gonna do one-shots where we play systems that people are curious about with people that are curious about playing with each other.
That's the best thing that could have come from this warp of the community spotlight question that I was, if I'm honest, being really nervous about like weeks in advance because I knew I wouldn't have good answers.
You don't have good answers. You have the best answers, Sam.
Well, I mean, look, I don't, where my shortcomings are highlighted, yours truly. But that's the best possible outcome for this thing that I was kind of nervous about because I knew I wouldn't have great names to name. Obviously I can do the ego spot and just like everyone on the Stream Punks does a bunch of projects that aren't Stream Punks. So like, in terms of expanding the referral network, go check out a bunch of the stuff that the Stream Punks do when they aren't stream punking. Yes, we've inverbinated it.
Okay. Well, I mean,
certainly.
Between your answer and then there's so Phoenix Path is in chat, and I've wanted to play with Phoenix for a while, and Phoenix is like, I want to play with y'all. And I'm like, I want to play with you. And like, there's been a bunch of people in chat that are like, I want to play with you. And I'm like, I want to play with y'all too. And it's not just like me saying that. And then like, I feel like a dick every time I'm like, yeah, I want to play with y'all too. And then I don't do anything to make it happen. So it's just
I'm not a GM. So like, short of bugging another person and imposing on them the lion's share of the work, which is what asking someone to GM is. Like, I have a limited capacity to bootstrap that stuff myself. But if you're volunteering, I mean, playing with a Phoenix, I'm literally wearing a Phoenix today.
Hey! Okay.
Phoenix also just off camera. So yeah, y'all heard it here first. The one-shots are coming. The one-shots are coming.
Just gotta find a channel and a producer.
Oh no, if we only had those things.
I did not come here to be disrespected like that.
You invited me.
If only we knew a place where you could host a tabletop game that might be holding applications right now.
I'm gonna fight you.
Okay, I'll come into the next room.
They're taking the witch up to you explicitly come here to be disrespected. Yeah, I'm starting to wonder about myself. Like, why did I sign up for this?
I mean, okay, you and I have talked so much about how generous you are as both player and GM when it comes to being thwarted. And this shows it so nicely. Like, it's such a nice thing to do. It's such a gift, like comedically, improvisationally, like at every level. It requires a foundational security of ego, over which I understand there's an overlay of like insecure feelings, hence the lovely segment that will be persisting here. But like, you have to have a certain level of security to be comfy being thwarted and disrespected. And like, you buy in, you're here. And like, I don't know that I would have it in me to do the things that you do. And I admire it so much.
Can I tell you a story about one of my co-workers finding my TikTok?
Oh,
please.
No, did they find the uppies?
I had a co-worker who works at a completely different department go, like, we were in the elevator. He just looked at me and I'm like, He goes uppies, and I'm like, fuck.
That's a self-report.
He was like,
His algorithm directed him to that video. That's a self-report.
So he asked me so earnestly, what is the final uppie?
Nah.
And I had to explain the final uppie is when you find that one true Valkyrie who just built solid muscle, and they take you and hoist you into
and
the
the elevator
air.
doors opened and you left. You explain the
full thing. They hoist you into the air and slam your body down until it is rendered useless, and then your spirit goes to the elders to tell the story.
The final epi is when Caitlin comes to Chicago. This is a promise.
I love how Caitlin has taken the uppie so personally. Like every time I see Caitlin
Nor
in the
uppies,
gym,
Caitlin, and I took that personally.
every time I see Caitlin in the gym, I'm just like, one day closer. Soon.
Elevation rising.
So when we walked away, all he said to me was, "It's fucking dope. You're fucking weird." Just walked away.
No laughs detected on either count.
Oh.
You know why? Like, I just, as you were talking, I just figured it out. Not to loop back as I just was doing. It's because in TTRPG, unlike TV, film, other storytelling medium, like a screenwriter doesn't have a particular character's ego in mind. Huh. Like at TTRPG, for most of us, there's some degree of a power fantasy, the flavor of which is personal to everyone. You see me play like scientists who can do all the science. That's a form of power fantasy, like whatever, like sneaky rogue fantasy of do sneak, etc., etc. And so in a storytelling medium where a lot of people are to some degree or another playing toward wish fulfillment, the person who is willing to do the generous narrative thing to be thwarted is not just like doing the emotionally secure, cool thing that is, but is doing it against the grain of the conventions of the medium, where like we often don't really ask that of players. And you just volunteer it. You give it as a gift. There.
I was raised with the 90s Bulls, and the 90s Bulls were unstoppable, and we had
Unstoppable.
We used that quite a bit in the 90s.
I believe it.
And we had Michael Jordan, which everybody knows, and then we had Scottie Pippen. Growing up, my favorite player was Scottie Pippen. There is something to knowing that I'm not the best tool for the job right now. Like I'm not the one that's going to bring us all forward. But if I can be the guy that passes him the ball, I did my job. Like
that's the beginnings of Puppet Master energy, you know. That's where it starts. Oh, if I just put this, if I get this character positioned into this plot point,
yeah,
then I can do that. You're conducting.
Yeah, it's just like, because if it's me all the time, like I gotta be the one, then you're not seeing the big picture because you're incapable of seeing the big picture because the only thing you're seeing is your reflection. Like I want the story to work. I want the team to win. So I'm gonna fucking pass the sports ball.
You're an excellent player at putting your ego and your character's story in service to the story as a whole, which those commandments are freaking full of, but like you are a person who embodies it really effectively. But also this raises a question for me because like we do still all play power fantasies to some degree. It's how we make the player character feel heroic. What is each of y'all's favorite? What power fantasy do you enjoy playing into the most?
I can tell you my last power fantasy character, which
Please.
Was Zach. Zach was all about like I've been honed to do this one thing extraordinarily well, and that's the kind of power fantasy I like. The specialist, like I listen. I'm not gonna hack. I can't hack shit. I'm not smart enough for that. I can't fucking drive. I'm not the driver. I'm not the master planner. But the thing that I can do, when it's time, just step back and let me do the thing. Like the expert is my favorite power. Like there's another character that I played with Modifius's channel called it was the spy game, and his handle was Agent Oppenheimer because he was an explosive expert. Changed the name to Odin at the end. Didn't feel comfortable with Oppenheimer afterwards. So, but he loved two things: drones and explosives.
It's a blast.
God damn you!
What were the names of your drones? What did you call them?
Boom buzzer.
But what did you call them collectively?
My war crimes.
Destroyer of worlds, indeed. Fascinating, Captain. The specialist, especially from a self-confessed jack of all trades, makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, because it's something that I can't relate to. So, in that story, when it was time to do like stealthy driving, we just kind of sit back and just, you don't need me for this. But if it comes to distraction or
blow shit up a clock,
then you let me know what needs to not be there, and I'll tell you exactly when it's gonna go away.
Any particular flavor of specialist you like best? Like a technical specialist, a heavy like Zach?
I don't usually like heavies like Zach. That was like, even because my favorite class in 5th edition was paladins, but I would never be like the full armor clad paladin. It was always usually like a paladin mixed with bard or sorcerer. So it was just a caster that if they had to give the scrap, they could. I do like. I think Odin was my favorite because he was an expert at something that the mission doesn't seem to call. Like we were spies. We were trying to get in, get out quietly.
Quiet.
So you got an expert in this thing that is absolutely useless. And the puzzle becomes, if we're trying to be silent and quiet and all this kind of stuff, how do you apply this thing, the only thing you're good at, to the mission?
So anyway, I started blasting.
Well, our stealthy people would go about their stealth, and then of course things would go wrong. And then when things went wrong, the bad guys got loud. So then it was, we need you to help us. And I would ask the same question every time. Like, my help comes at a certain decimal. There we go. Yeah. All right.
Let's get loud.
Let's figure it out. And man, that was just so much fun. I like making things fit that shouldn't. That's my favorite.
Yeah, that's really satisfying. That isn't. Yes, as a wish twister, I completely get that. Anita, favorite power fantasy? If specialist, what type?
Oh, I like being the talker.
Ooh, I can see that with Katie. You're very good at it.
I like being the one that figures it out.
Ooh, that's almost a different thing sometimes.
Sometimes, yes, but a lot of times I think that getting like being the or I should say being the one that says the thing out loud.
Mm. That's a very interesting thing to enjoy about talk. Because, like, I enjoy a talker when it seems like, well, if someone just used their dang words, this wouldn't be a conflict. And, like, I like cutting that particular knot, but that's very different than figuring things out through talking. Either like thinking aloud or interacting as a means of information gathering. That's a different sort of social to conflict resolution.
It's kind of like it's I think about the characters that I like to play kind of like what's his name? Daniel Craig's character in Knives Out and Glass Onion.
Legally distinct parole.
Yeah. I like being.
I will not be helpful beyond that.
I like being the person that like that talks to people to get clues and then solves the mystery through the clues.
Oh, I love that archetype. What a good pull, too.
Benoit Blanc.
Benoit Blanc.
Benoit Blanc. Of course. Yes, thank you.
All knew that.
Yeah, my. But yes, I really like being. I like being the information gatherer through the talkie, and then like the okay, here's what we know. Here's how let's try and put the pieces together of this mystery.
The detective. Oh, that's such a fun archetype. Yeah. Do you like it because it plays into your own self? Like, Noir's a self-confessed jack of all trades who plays specialists because ostensibly not that thing. Do you feel like that's your relationship to the talker? Or is it because this feels like a very natural problem-solving set to you? Or some secret third thing?
I think that it's just a very natural problem-solving set. I think it also leans into the fact that I'm one of those people where if I don't know, I'll learn. And so that's one of the ways that I do information gathering is through talking. Yeah. And it helps me get the pieces of the puzzle that I need to put together in order to solve the problem that I have at hand.
Art imitating life?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's very similar to how I handle like I'm very much about listening and internalizing before I do action.
I relate to this on a spiritual level.
I like to know the information before I make the decision, which is why I like.
You like to look before you.
Exactly. Yeah. In conflict, I like to absorb the information, take a little bit to process it, and part of that is just like my ADHD, where I'm just like, there's a lot of information coming at me at once. I need some time to buffer this and process it in order to come to a decision and to formulate a response.
Oh. How about you? What about you? What's your power fantasy?
Sam?
Well, so I've historically said that I like playing specialists for a reason not unlike Noir. Though the truth is, I think a lot of TTRPGs present a mechanical advantage to specialists that has steered me toward those anyway. Like, if there were no advantage to playing a specialist in most TTRPGs, would I still? I genuinely don't know. In my own case, like, it's so much more effective in most systems to be a specialist than to be a generalist, that I do in effect always play them. But that's a different, like, so then my own follow-up, what flavor of specialist do I enjoy most? I think, actually more than the flavor, that's the signature though. That because the thing is, I'll tend to pick up specialists and I will rotate flavors.
Okay.
I do physical, mental, social, physical, mental, social, physical, mental, broadly, maybe not specifically, but I try to rotate almost every time. Like I when I played my first Doctor Who campaign, I played a pacifist social. My second streamed campaign, I played a combat specialist as a means of rotating. Callisto 6, I played a tech person. Social, physical, mental. And then I rotate. Clear skies, Sol, social. I try to swap up the particular. So then what's the unifying feature? I think the fantasy is that is the growing into the competence. Because when you start level 1s, specialists usually haven't really gotten rolling. Right. Which means that crowning moment of mastery is almost always ahead of you as a character trajectory. And so you get the opportunity in game to experience yourself being the very best, like no one ever was. And I'm good at a lot of things, and I benefit from the emergent connections between those things. But I'm not a master of stuff. But I can play one on TV. The experience of doing that is one of my favorites, of going not from being underestimated externally, but from self-doubt into assurance, into proving that assurance. I am a sucker for that character arc. It's not about whether other people believe in me. It's about whether I believe in myself. That freaking sports movie arc is nyam nyam. Nyam nyam nyam. If I were doing a sports movie, it would be that kid who everyone the good scorer who's super shy and needs to be brought out of their shell. And then in the third act, they're brought in, they get to be like a center forward kind of vibe. They're there, and then it's you could always do this. And then they believe in it, and then they can. Probably the first half of that third act game, they get self-conscious, they whiff a bunch of times, and that represents my effing dice. Yeah. But then they get that hero moment of being Isaac. Good example of just skilled at a thing, doesn't necessarily go too hard into it, but may someday do so. Hello, boy. Elias, crack sharp shot in Ember Squad.
Yeah,
you can see the thing. It recurs.
Oh, okay, buddy.
Goodbye.
Just over here yelling at me. Joe,
I hijacked your interview format.
No,
I saw that, and now I'm very curious about this. How do you feel about characters growing in? How do you feel about characters becoming bad guys within the party?
What does it mean in this context to be a bad guy?
So you guys got me thinking about Odin again, and Odin was the first to kind of get a feeling that the agency that they were all working for was a little shady. And then it turned out that they were getting ready to burn him and his party. But he caught the whiff of it first. So he started to make moves against the agency without the party's knowledge. And that I like that kind of dynamic where it's just we're still a party, but there's still levels of mistrust that can exist between party members. And of course, safety tools and stars and wishes and making sure above table that we're all good. Have you had the experience of playing in a game like that? And if not, what do you think about the idea of playing in a game where your party members may be allies, but your allyship might not be the final stage of the relationship that your characters have within the story?
So what do I think of playing in a Vampire the Masquerade game?
Yeah.
Actually, this is such a perfect follow-up to questions about power fantasy, because there's that whole power doesn't corrupt, power reveals. I think power fantasies also often reveal. So breaking down surprising players and or GMs at the table as a thing that an individual player does. I think there are two species of them. There's the secret character backstory thing of like, my character has a secret in their backstory and I'm not going to tell any of my fellow players.
Yeah.
And I think the reveal there fulfills one's desire to feel clever on the reveal, but also to delight one's fellow players. That, like, they are not telling us and not letting us be co-conspirators in a collaborative medium, which may or may not feel great, but it's for the purpose, for the intention of delighting the table and, like, letting them be as in the same place as the audience members when this revelation comes. Like, it's a thing that makes the player doing it feel cool, but also has a side of wanting to delight one's fellow players. Now, contrast the typical evil. I think there's also surprise there a lot of the times. I think a lot of the time this gets worked out between the GM and the player and like some kind of secret thing. And there, the reveal is also intended to make the player feel clever, but I rarely feel that it comes with the desire to delight fellow players. It ends up feeling fundamentally selfish. Not only have you denied your fellow players the opportunity to collaborate in your character's story and to elevate it by not letting them in on the secret, which is a thing you can do or not do, as we established, but also on the reveal, that reveal is not really done for one's fellow players either. It elevates oneself at the expense of collaboration and cooperation. The player who does the evil thing usually feels very cool and smart, and I don't think most of the other players typically do. And that's why I don't like it. It's not usually done for others. And like, go back and look at those commandments. What's this thing about? I don't think that tends to do it. I love being villain, but if I were to do so, it would be in intense collaboration with my fellow players, and we are all engineering this together with a ton of dramatic irony, whether or not that's visible to the audience. Like, co-conspirators, like, y'all, we are so much better and more creative together. That evil I'd be cool with.
I was playing in a game where there was a player that was beginning to start a downturn because of some items that the GM had introduced into the game.
Yeah.
And, like, you could see it happening at the same time, and it just makes you feel kind of icky when you're like, there was, like, a part where my character was by themselves with this character who was turning evil, and I'm like, if this character wanted to, they could probably take me out. But then I also started rolling incredibly well, and they started rolling very terribly, so it worked out in the end that I ended up being able to, like, subdue them and being like, okay, this is messed up, right? And I was able to handle it in Stars and Wishes later, where I was like, okay, everybody, if we're going to be doing, like, a downfall arc, can we make sure that everybody's bought into this? Because, like, that's not cool if there's only, like, one player that's bought into this.
And it's the other piece of, we talked earlier about Degrees of Madness and Noir playing a jerk, and I played someone whom it bounced off of. When it's bad faith, I don't let it bounce off.
I can't remember.
You hurt me.
I can't remember if I did, but I tried to make a habit of warning everybody, like, Russell, this is the character Russell.
That was why I played this week. Okay. And the fact that you warned let me know that you weren't doing this to just be a jerk to everyone around you. But when that stuff happens, that is when I will let the hurtful thing hurt my character in a sincere way of just like, I'm not going to cover up the fact that you did a mean thing to try to make you feel better about doing a mean thing. If you're playing evil, well, one, I'm yes-anding your evil by being hurt. But two, if you're not doing this nicely, I'm not going to pretend like it was nice. And some of this needs to get handled above table, but it can also be handled like softly enough in character, because a lot of times some people won't even realize they have overstepped.
Yeah.
And character can be the gentlest and most authentic way to handle that stuff. Like, obviously everything is nuanced and individual situations are individual, but like, you want to look at when I don't let things bounce off me. It's when I don't think the energy is in good faith.
There's somehow my TikTok algorithm is so messed up. Sometimes I get parenting things, and one of them was this.
You're just that player.
this parent that was talking about their kid, like who got hurt, and like they had to have like a not all men kind of conversation with their 5-year-old, and like talking about how, and they're like, there's something that the kiddo's dad added to the conversation was like, sometimes people don't know if they've hurt your feelings, and you need to let them know that they've hurt your feelings.
Mm-hmm. We're socialized to make the people around us comfortable, and that can be very dangerous in actual play, where the idiom is to not go above table unless you absolutely have to, and not to show the audience that there is some awkwardness or discomfort. And that can lend itself to in-game bullying, which is really not lovely to handle. And so, again, we're socialized to absorb that awkwardness. Yeah. I don't like getting bullied. I return to sender whenever I can.
Yeah. Sometimes people don't know when you've hurt their feelings, and sometimes people think that you're still having fun unless you're telling them you're not.
And sometimes they're fulfilling their power fantasy and haven't thought through to that it stepped on you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The fun at the expense of someone else was a commandment there.
Yeah.
Don't do it. Don't fucking do it.
Don't do it.
Oh, there is something that I guess it wasn't on your list, but I just remembered your TTRPG bucket list. Is there anything that you want to experience at the table that you have not yet? For example, like I want to jump off of a dragon and like figure out how I'm gonna land safely, or like fucking marriage proposal during a fucking sea battle where I'm like a dueling pirate.
I mean, all of that is fantastic.
Pirate of the Caribbean. But like, yeah, are there any like kind of epic moments that you would love to play through, or any particular bonds, relationships, or anything that you would like to play that you have not had the chance to yet?
That's such a lovely question, and I am so spoiled. I'm so spoiled. Like, if there's one ongoing theme, it's that I'm so spoiled. I get so many gifts. I catch every Pokemon. It's so fun. I have deathed from so many aboves. And my GMs are very generous, so they play right in all the time. The zoom goes zoom. The sneak goes sneak. But what have I not fulfilled yet? Having been a dragon, having been a 20th level wizard, having like
Okay.
Like, I've gotten these really lovely experiences. Those are, some of the like things that your examples remind me of. Like, if there's a thing I want to do often, I get to do this thing. It's fun. Okay. There's a distinction between what I want and what I want to want. And what I do not currently want, but I would love to want, is I really want to GM a mystery. I want to run Invisible Sun. I want to run it so bad, because you can't play it twice. It is a setting built on mystery, and then it's like, there's a difference when you reread an Agatha Christie. You just like, it doesn't hit the same way. It hits a different and also satisfying way, but like, it's rough. But like, you can, and likewise, you can't GM and then play that game because you already know the secrets of the mystery.
Mhm.
But the only really successful sequence is you can play and then GM, because then you're not trying to deal with mystery meta information. And I am a long time, very vocal fan of Invisible Sun. It's an incredibly complex system, so it really is best for someone who actively enjoys that, or you won't have as much fun. It is a cipher with multiple subsystems piled onto it, entire subsystems, because there are 5 minimum schools of magic, arguably 6 magic subsystems that are distinctly identifiable. It's a lot as a game.
I'm so mad I missed out on the chance to get the black box again.
It's look, I will always say that the PDF alone holds up like really, really, really well. I've played remotely without physical stuff for, I want to let's see, like 4.5 years I've been in my current game, and we're, according to the GM, in Act 5 out of 6. I think we're still in late 4, but that's a judgment call, and I'm not the screenwriter. But that I want to GM. There are things like, look, someday I should be guiding people to catch the Pokemon. I've even articulated in previous Streampunks Q&As, like, games and systems that I would be interested in running, but I don't want to run games. The only impediment to being a GM is
the desire to do it. So
yeah.
Might I ask you, when that feeling comes of like, I don't want to run games, like what where is that coming from? Like what I guess my question is, what is the major roadblock in even wanting to do it?
Okay. I think it's at least bipartite. One is that like Anita, I benefit from the buffering time. You might have noticed from how I've procrastinated every question. I yoink IP from Harry Potter. While we were on break a couple hours ago, I looked up list of franchises by money, looking for what is the richest bad one. Like, what is the thing that if it weren't, like, what would I want to suck all of the money out of as ranked by size? The first worst, if you will. Harry Potter does that very favorably. The Yeet I've still been working on, but I had that answer hours ago, so I might as well just, throw some of our backlog back in while I'm working. So like, I benefit from buffer time, which players get to do. GMs have so much more uptime than players do. I have big old gaps between scenes to like scheme. As a GM, I have to be much more open and aware and reactive and insightful and responsive, and there's less of a break. Honestly, the most break you get is like when there's scene work between players. And even then, you're still working, processing, interpreting the scene, figuring out what you're going to need to do to pay that off later. That's a lot of uptime. And I don't know that my processing would be comfy handling it. The other aspect is I really like being one people. I don't thrive being many people. Like, I find one, like a specialist who finds, how can I solve all problems with explosions? How can this character solve a problem in this scene? Is just such a different skill set than being the rest of the world. It's so different being many people. And I'm sure that's comfort and skill. And, comparing myself to a peer group who have logged a formidable number of flight hours versus I would be a novice in that thing. And like many adult beginners, that is intimidating. Like it's hard to be new and bad at something when the people around you are all very good at that same thing and you worry they're judging you. But also, like, from the GM's chair, like, at a TTRPG table, like, we just talked about, you can hurt people, even if maybe you didn't mean to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And by being a novice at one of the most important roles at the table, I would risk that. And it's still, like, it's
silly.
a manageable risk, I think is the kindest way to put it, the most charitable way to put it. But, like, if we're talking about what stops me, I think it's probably some of that stuff.
Okay.
Wow, we're actually giving honest answer. Whoa, what? Wow.
I will say, to put your mind at ease, that the hoping that you did a good job and the making and the not knowing if your players are having fun, even experienced GMs experience that.
Yeah, that don't go away.
That doesn't go away.
I judge me so bad already.
That does not go away.
Yeah, that's just...
Yeah. So all the more so, do I want to put myself in a situation that plays into extant insecurities, or hear me out, what if I didn't?
Yes,
and ultimately that is cowardice. That's like refusing to try a thing. But, like, that's where the uptime and being other people stuff comes in, that, like, it also doesn't temperamentally suit me as much. Like, I don't enjoy it in the same way.
Yeah.
And maybe that's because I haven't initiated the virtuous loop of you try the thing, you get a little good at it, and then you like it because you're a little good at it, so you try it more, so that means you've logged more flight hours, and now you're good. Like, you gotta initiate that. And maybe it's that, but I don't know.
If I may, I don't think I would qualify that as cowardice as much as and I again, I apologize. I speak in analogies. When I was a kid, a bunch of people in my block would play double dutch, and they tried to get me to play double dutch, and I would always have a hard time because it's just like, yeah, I want to jump in, but I'm gonna get whacked to the fucking face by this goddamn rope. And, like, that hesitancy, I don't think that that's cowardice, because I'm here, I'm thinking about jumping in. I just gotta get myself to the point where I see the opening. And, like, the folks that were helping me figure out double dutch, they would tell me, like, you haven't learned to see the opening yet. So just once you get into the rhythm, like, GMing again is all about rhythm. And I think that you're just waiting for the beat. Like, and there's nothing wrong with that. Like, if you jump in too early, you don't want to hurt anybody. What that tells me is that when you do get into the seat, if you choose to get into the seat, player safety is a priority. I would much rather wait for a chef that gives a shit about cooking a good dish and making sure that nothing in it's gonna hurt me than somebody who's like, I watched Gordon Ramsay once, I'm good. Like, no, like the hesitancy, the thinking about these different aspects of what it means to be a GM, and, like, wanting to make sure that you measure up, that to me is the sign that once you do take that seat, that the people that are going to be lucky enough to sit at that table are in good hands. So I take that caution as a very good sign that you understand the power of what it means to be a GM, because a lot of people don't. And we have heard these stories 120 plus times with that, guys. So take all the time that you need, get comfortable, watch GMs that you respect, and eventually you'll see the opening, you'll catch the beat, and then you'll fucking kill it.
And Lamia
No, my players will kill it. I will be killed.
Yeah. Lamia says that knowing how you work and honoring that is not cowardice. It's self-knowledge, and it's really important.
So I call it cowardice because I define it as the inverse of bravery, which in turn I define as being afraid of a thing and doing it anyway. And I am not doing that in this case. And I think there are good reasons. Like, for years, I have very comfortably, very securely said, I don't enjoy this much, so I don't do it. And that's not untrue. But while that would be a sufficient reason, that it scares me would not be a good enough reason for me to not do the thing. If the only reason I didn't want to was because it scared me, I would make myself. I don't make myself do game in a way that isn't fun.
Yeah.
But I'm willing, like, I would never have taken a hosting gig on Behind the Shield. I was scared and I said, okay, I should do the thing because I'm scared. Like, half the gigs I've ever taken, I didn't feel like I was qualified and it scared me. But I didn't have a substantive reason. Right. And so it was important to be brave. So I think a piece of it is cowardice. It's not the whole story, but if it ever reduces to cowardice alone, I will not tolerate that. And I will make it both your problems.
Like, it almost sounded like you paid yourself a compliment, Sam.
Ooh. I'm afraid of that.
No,
it's right.
But like to the point, I mean earlier, like, yeah, I don't think it's about the cowardice at all. I just wanted to say, like, I don't consider that cowardice. I think that those substantive reasons, though, are the most promising signs. I completely take and appreciate. And all right, I'll turn a question around on y'all for a new GM. There's like a lot of recommendations to say run a module so that you're not worrying about the plot, or run something that's very rules light, which I don't have to worry about. Whatever the rules have never been the obstacle to whether or not I would GM a thing. What do y'all recommend as a thing that is easy to run for someone who doesn't necessarily, think on their feet? Because, well,
baby step would be to start with a GM-less game.
Ooh, interesting. Like a fiasco, you think? Facilitate a fiasco?
Facilitate a fiasco, or even... there's a lot of different GM-less games where everyone sort of plays like a part of the world, kind of deal. And that
who else has Little Mermaid?
That can sort of get you into the mode of shifting towards like being able to do that facilitation.
And then, but for the GMing, then you think are you like prohibita for that sort of thing? Like what would you pass along to someone?
I think Patipa, Power of the Apocalypse games, they give
the spear.
They give you a little bit more of a structure because you are leaning on your players a little bit. The GM really doesn't have to do too much until the players trigger something. And that's when you ask the players to do a move. Caitlin is saying Mall Kids.
Mall Kids, so much freedom. Mall Kids maybe too much freedom. Like, I do think Anita makes a good point of constraining. Like, very rules light is a lot, because it puts a whole lot back on the GM to provide the structure for the story.
Yeah.
Or at least that's my impression from the player's chair.
I wouldn't really give advice. I tell them how I started GMing, which I slipped, fell, and didn't realize I was GMing. And here's how that goes. I was talking with a couple of friends about the session that I quit, and a couple of them quit with me. And we were talking about, like, man, I wish there was another game because I want to play. And I was just like, yeah, me too. Like, tell me about, like, what would you play if we had another game going? And my friends was like, I'd probably play a ranger or play this, play that. I'm like, oh snap, what would that name be? And like we were having a conversation, and it kind of turned into like a game, like And my advice to folks is like there is a lot of weight that we put on being a GM.
Put it right back on the players.
I mean, honestly, there doesn't even really need to be any weight. The thing is, the difference between a game and a conversation is not. It's not that great a difference. Like if we can talk, if you and I can have a conversation, then we can play a game. Like, there's just dice and numbers involved. We can so the first game I ever GM was just they told me about their characters. They were in the bar, and I asked them like, okay, what would you do if you were in the bar? And they were like, well, I would start a bar fight with the biggest guy there. And I was like, okay, there's this 7-foot tall orc, and you're trying to start a fight with him. What do you do? He's like, I tweak his nipples or something weird.
It's the correct height. I understand the logic immediately.
We were high school kids. And then he was just like, what are you doing? And then he tries to slam down his fist at you. I'm just going to roll. If I roll over 10, I hit you. Because we didn't have characters created yet. And we just kept doing that until it became an actual game. The most important thing is knowing the people that you're playing with and wanting to have a good time with them. Everything else falls under the wayside. If you care about the people that you're playing with, and you want to have a good time, and they want to have a good time, they'll reach out to you, you'll reach out to them, and you'll end up having a story. Systems don't matter, rule sets don't matter, dice don't matter, materials don't matter, cameras, lights don't matter. What matters is, do you want to have fun with your friends? And then you can make it happen.
So, if I'm understanding you correctly, if I were to take information I've learned about my players, say their preferred power fantasies, and...
We've been had!
Thanks, thank you for telling chat.
Which one of the boys is writing? Okay, there it is.
Massey had something to add.
Can we officially rename him now?
Please. I'm begging.
I submit the name Holmes.
I do like the name Holmes. Would you also be amenable to Gunther?
There's this long look that I would caption as, God damn yourself, I love you so damn much.
Gunther Holmes or Holmes Gunther?
I was thinking Gunther Holmes McHammer.
God damn it!
That does have a very lovely prosody.
That means that Watson's last name now has become McHammer as well. The McHammers.
Watson McHammer is beautiful.
Gunther Holmes McHammer Enigma, of course, is the full.
Sure. Because they solve mystery and enigmas.
All right.
The galaxy brain. That's incredible.
Holmes and Watson.
Holmes and Watson.
All right. Because I can't say Massey no more. It's too close to Massa. It's driving me crazy.
I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to say it. I'm glad you did. I'm glad that you had the same brain with me.
I'm like,
someone has to tell Jay that it wasn't working out for us.
So I guess that means, are we officially deciding to keep Holmes?
Yeah, I guess so.
This is probably stuff we should do on our top morning talk show.
Oh no, it's canon. It's morning ritual canon now. Chat, comments, please welcome Gunther Holmes McHammer to the Enigma household. I feel like that's a great wrap out.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get any better than that. Where's the boys? Let's get them on camera.
I got the ones down by my feet. He's being a little idiot. Come here.
Boy. Here's the boy.
Hello, distinguished gentlemen.
I think might be in the he's in the crate, I figured.
Oh, that's just great. Oh, there's a Kratos joke in there somewhere that I will leave as an exercise to the reader. Chat, as your avatar, as frequent audience member of Morning Ritual, I hope I make you pride by saying things that I like about our fantastic hosts. Like, I just genuinely enjoy this show as a fan. So I hope I have conveyed our sentiments as a chat, both in compliments and in flagrant disrespect.
So this is Holmes.
This is Watson.
I also really love the idea of a one brain cell orange cat being named Sherlock Holmes.
And just a sassy, annoyed tuxedo cat being Watson.
It checks out.
All right. So you're ours, right?
Oh, kitty.
All right.
Hello, cat.
So he's a good boy.
A good boy.
All right. There you go.
To be determined.
To be determined. And we'll need to. Oh my God! You are literally laying down on the keyboard. Don't open the task manager. How?
Brilliant.
Stop opening the task manager.
Yeah, I'll let you go. Could you go calm your brother down?
Okay.
Or let him catch these paws.
All right. I'm gonna
meowing ritual.
Meowing ritual.
Meowing ritual. That's when the cats host.
I was just about to say that our cats interview the cats of other TTRPG.
That's such a good shtick. They can interview my pupducers anytime. Everyone who's ever watched my streams know my pupducers have a lot to say.
If the chat stream ends, we'll know what happened. Currently, he is typing a very long message into chat, everybody, and I'm very sorry.
He's just going on a rate.
He reached the character limit. It's mostly the letter U and 2022.
U was also Dazzler's first tweet. Literally just the letter U. I was doing a Tuesday morning stream, and she booped my phone and quote. And I finished my stream, and my Twitter had blown up because there were tons of replies that were like, me? So my dog does better numbers than I do.
My siblings do better numbers than me. My cats, now that we've got 2 cats in a 1-bedroom apartment. Let's go!
Oh my God. Let's go. So do support these creators and their channel in the various manners that they will promote to support 2 kitties. This is the part where you promote yourselves.
I got mouths to feed.
Meows.
Meows.
I got meows to feed.
All right, buddy. I'm going to get you off my keyboard. 1 second, buddy. Stand by.
Well, I'll use that to start our closeout. Hi, folks. I've been one of your hosts, Noir. You can find me all over the internet as the Noir Enigma. That's Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Blue Sky, Mastodon, Pornhub, OnlyFans, wherever. I'm just kidding. You would find.
You're not on Mastodon?
Every Monday you can find me over on Alt Haven with the Stream Punks. What are we going to be running? Mind your fucking business. We'll let you know when it's time.
We do have an ongoing marathon of Blood of the Void that's going through the weekend with a new episode premiering this Monday at our usual time. We will thereafter be starting a Beacon marathon culminating in the season finale that was otherwise denied us by the strike. Well done, labor. Props as always. So Mondays.
I'm still unhappy with the deal saying, God, there's not enough AI protections for my liking.
I am with you, but
I'm not a SAG member, so I don't get a say. But I'm not happy with that. But other than that, on Mondays you can find me there. On Fridays you can find me over on ChinCon TV for Table Takes, and we do the news. The TTRPG news.
But very different than how we do it here. The thing we just did, very different. Very different.
Oh, Snap Sam finally did the thing in the house when they were supposed to. Oh, oh! Every
Was it
Saturday, you
when they
can
weren't
find me
supposed to?
here on Critical Misses
Oh.
for Morning Ritual. Every Sunday, you can find me over on Indoor Adventures, where we're doing help me, Anita.
Apocalypse Keys?
Apocalypse Keys. My brain was not working. I played Judas. It's fun. I have religious trauma to
We're basically the religious trauma
cover.
table, honestly.
Yeah, the party consists of Judas, an angel who killed God, the living personification of the Library of Alexandria, and the living personification of the Garden of Eden.
That's a fantastic pitch.
So if you wanna see how they become the harbingers of the apocalypse,
Or stop them.
some of us are leaning more one way more than the other. Go check out Indoor Adventures. And coming soon, I suppose, will be a anthology series of one shots where I introduce my favorite people to my favorite people that have not met my favorite people yet. So be on the lookout for that. I want to get it started sooner rather than later, because if I'm like a someday thing, it'll never happen. So I'm looking to get it started. What days do we have open?
Here's the deal. We've got
Okay.
Wednesdays.
I don't want it.
We've got Thursdays, Tuesdays. But Tuesdays are booked for the last Tuesday of every month.
I'd rather.
Please stay tuned for what is coming in the last Tuesday slot, as DM'd by Noir, for Streampunk's Coffee subscribers, companion tier, and up.
I'm thinking we might take another spin in the Star Wars universe myself. How about this being an after ritual one shot?
Okay, we got Saturday evenings. We can do that.
Okay.
I could pull a double as well. Maybe. We could see.
Okay. Well, we'll see about that.
We'll be talking now, Cameron. Stay tuned to the socials where we're in their Noir Enigma everywhere.
To premiere no later than not next week, but the week after. That's how fast I'm trying to go.
Okay, sounds good. We'll actually talk with Nikki about this during our staff meeting tomorrow.
Oh, that's perfect. Tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, it is. Remember, first and third Sundays of every month.
But other than that, that's everywhere that you can find. Oh, one other thing to announce. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to announce it or not, but I'm going to, because who go check me, boo? This February, I am working with the channel Telltale Hearts, and we are going to do a all-black cowboy game using the Haunted West system. If you've seen the all-black Harlem Nights game, it's going to be the same cast, same crew, with me and the GMC, and we're going to tell the story of a small western town that the surrounding towns has found harbors a massive gold mine. And what that small town is willing to do to defend it so that the proper people, the people that live there, can benefit from its riches. So that's me. Anita, go ahead, do your thing.
Hello, everybody. I'm Anita. You can find me everywhere at Panita or at Critical Misses because I run this channel. You can find me here on Saturdays for Morning Ritual, which is our TTRPG talk show. And our guest next week is Mental Lamia. I'm very excited to talk with them about all things mental health and TTRPGs. They're also a Chicago adjacent native folk, so I'm very excited to have some, and they have also threatened to come to our house and play Star-Crossed Noir.
I've got beef with Mental Lamia. I specifically told my mutuals to stop being hot while I was at work. And they were hot while I was at work, and it's gotta stop. Gotta put it to an end.
Good luck.
Oh Oh, you are
Oh,
city
no.
proper? Hell yeah.
Hey. Also, hello.
See, I'm gonna get you to the beat. This is gonna be great. All right. Anyway, keep going.
On Sundays, you can find me for Indoor Adventures for our Apocalypse Keys game. On Tuesdays, you can find me over on Modifius' channel for a Star Trek Adventures actual play, where I play a non-binary Trill merchant who has 8 lives of business acumen.
Got the lobes for it.
And then on Fridays, occasionally, you can find me over on Gen Con TV for table takes whenever someone is off. That's kind of what I do. I'm a backup host over there. And other than that, we have GM's calls open on the channel right now. So if you want to run a game, we got winter season applications. They are due on Friday, January 12th. So feel free to follow the Google form and sign up if you want to tell a story on our channel. But yeah, that's it for me. That's all I got to announce.
We should probably pitch the merch and the Patreon stuff. We always forget to do that.
Oh yeah, check out our merch store. So we're just gonna do merch, and check out our Patreon. Patreon. Is it MRPat? I think it's MRPat. There it is. Check out our Fourth Wall shop with some cool merch, and there's going to be some more merch coming soon. I actually have it written down in my to-do list in my book that I've been working through very, very quickly this week. So be on the lookout for a Gaslight Gatekeep Game Master t-shirt.
And a Make It Gayer shirt. Just a strong finger pointing that says "Make it gayer."
And back us on
not a real
Patreon
idea.
if you want to see Noir watch bad movies.
Wait, what?
I'm trying to get Noir to watch a Studio Ghibli film with me, and
Never!
If people back us on Patreon, I might be able to monetize and convince him to do it.
Listen, it'll be a cold day in hell before I watch a Studio Ghibli movie.
Not even The Boy and the Heron?
I'm so tempted. Robert Pattinson has my heart.
Anyways.
But no.
Sam, tell us about yourself. Save me.
Never. But I will outro myself. Sam Delev, role-playing performer, variety streamer, science communicator about the space. I typically stream in the morning ritual slot, so I strongly recommend catching one of us on VOD and one of us on live, and I'm entirely indifferent to which one you do. Just, they're cool. I exist
Catch Sam
and make
live.
content.
Catch us on the VOD.
Make your own choices. I trust you, gentle audience. Nonetheless, the full schedule for my Twitch streaming is on my About page on twitch.tv/Delevely, DELEVELY. And you can catch my latest science stories. I'm sending up one to my Ko-fi page. That's coffee.com/Delevely. For early access later this afternoon, just finishing up putting the edits on it. It's about e-soil. We use it to zap plants. How? And why? And how? Find out later today. Anyone who donates any amount gets early access to YouTube videos that go up on Mondays, because that's the algorithm seems to like that. The latest episode of May Contain Science up on my YouTube, youtube.com/@Delevely, is about aerogel sweaters. They made a sweater out of aerogel.
What?
It is as warm as down at 1/5 the thickness. But this is a material that typically has the texture of styrofoam. So the quest to make it into yarn was quite something. And why were they inspired by polar bears? Find out on my YouTube now.
I pulled it up and I'm looking at the picture and I'm like, that looks actually kind of comfy.
It's real. It's 100% real.
What? I want one.
Find out how it's made.
But
YouTube.com/@Delevely.
Isn't the aerosol that it uses bad for the ozone?
Aerogel, not aerosol.
Oh.
Aerogel, and I will spoil it just a little bit here because you induced me to talk into science in the promo and the outro, all that. It was once a gel, which is a matrix with liquid in it, they liquid out it while keeping the matrix there. This typically happens by either freeze drying or supercritical drying, rather than just let it conventionally evaporate. If a gel evaporates, it's kind of like, you know, you leave a jellyfish in the sun. Yeah, not ideal. But if you do it by these special methods, you get something that is not a gel, but it was once. And it is one of the lightest solids we have, 97% air typically. And a fantastic thermal insulator for reasons that I outline in that video. Aerogel sweater.
Damn, science, you weird.
Oh, hell yes.